Simgigat, Sigidamhanak, and Kavorsit. We will be starting very shortly, so I'll just politely ask that folks start making their way up to the front. Hamia. VIP section. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Call everyone up? Or counselors, yes. Oh, Cheryl, we'll say a quick few words to welcome and then I'll hand it. Simgigat, Sigidamhanach, and Kuburusit, Hoki Waai, Colin Sutherland Wilson is my English name, and I've had the privilege of serving as your chief counselor for the past 2 years. And I'll just wait a moment. I believe we have some more counselors. I'm pretty sure my Na'a was in the room here. But in the meantime, I'll just ask one more time if that folks come up to the front. It'll be a little easier to see the presentations, especially as we go over finances, as it'll be on this projector. But you can also follow along your book. I was told too much amshwamach, so qalasam. Oh, and I'll just ask for Rosaline to come up and stand with us. Oh, hey. There you are. I didn't bring my glasses, so I have a hard time seeing in the back there. But I'll just start, and thank you all, Doich Sinism, for accepting the invitation to come out for the community meeting. I know it's been a long time in the works, but I'm just very grateful that everyone has shown up. And, you know, there'll be probably some big changes with the next election coming up, and I see plenty of wonderful candidates in the room here today. So I think this is just something that when our council was deliberating, you know, especially leading up to the election, like we did want to have a community meeting. I think there's many councillors who won't be on the nominations the next time around, myself included. So I wanted to personally just say thank you, everyone, and you know, we'll be taking an opportunity later down the agenda just to talk about the past 2 years, reflect on the experiences, and you know, for myself, the symbolic passing of the torch on to the next chief councillor and council members who will be here after the 17th. So I'll pass it on just to the other councillors for words of welcome as well, before we hand it off to our wonderful MC, Sandra Olson.
Simgigat, Sigramanak, Kabawilsas, and Subsequents, Isam de Blialant Oyers, Lossamul Buxum, Saitokum, Wilpkalzap, Lo Amgarodam and the Piasam, with at some orgit wannet. He lo Amgodi, he wikal hooksque, got Wilpkalzap and the Piasam. Hamayat Neum, Lossam, Ama Achgyun, with at some orgit. Gam Gazasam. Some Yomnism and Subsequent, Sepanumnism. Ni Hamayat ni Lossam. Well, Uncle why? Goody what? Jim, Emma, Mary, Nan, Yugel what? Inum Gold, Gigi, Uncle Emma. We suck you and win them God. I'm a gatted, noom. Hamayani lossam.
Hodi Hayes, Rosaline, and Colin. Long time coming, but we're here, and just look forward to the meeting and to see what people need, what people are talking about, what people are wanting to ask, and we are just here for that, and we'll stand together, and we always will stand together. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm glad to have this, but we can't make it a habit throughout the past 4 to 6 years, and that's not making excuses, but it's a reality of life. There's been a lot of death, and there's that COVID. It all started back then, and we just haven't gotten it back together for a while, and everybody has done diligence up to date. And it's each to their opinion, and you guys have every right to share or express what you need to, and that's okay. I think I've said to a couple of people already, I am as transparent as you want me to be, and I'm standing here, and if I'm hiding about something, I don't know what I'm hiding. So, and I don't say that disrespectfully. I just, yeah.
Welcome everybody. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Nice to see everybody. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, so I know that you're supposed to have AGMs at least once a year or twice if possible. But we're here, and yeah, I look forward to all the questions, and hopefully we can have the answers for you. If not, they'll definitely write them down and find out. But such a good turnout. Happy to see everybody, and thank you all for coming out and showing your concern for our community, our membership, and our band. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to say thank you because I think that applause was for me. I'm kidding. But anyway, no, thank you to the Chief and Council, and thank you to our band administrator, Blanca. I was quite honored to be asked to MC tonight. And so I'm here, and I really want to just go over the agenda with you all. You guys each have packages that were distributed in the back there. So 5:30, we did the opening prayer and we had our food. Delicious food, by the way. Big hand for our cook. So the next part of the agenda is Blanca will be presenting the interim draft financial report for year-end 2023. Then she'll go into the achievements and the commitments for the Kispiox Band Council. And then Colin will be coming up and doing a reflection on experience, key takeaways and insights. And then there will be moving forward, fostering growth, and passing the torch. And then finally, there will be an audience open floor discussion period. This will be when we will take all of the questions after all the presentations are done. So in the back of your that agenda, there's a Kispiox Community Info Session meeting conduct will center around respect, order, and efficiency. Now we know as Gitsans, we really honor each and everyone's opinions and their views on different things. So when you ask your questions, ask the question, direct the question to who you're going to direct it to, ask the question, and then we will give a chance to our chief or council or our band administrator to answer the question. So we'll go through that way. So we do have some young people in our audience, so we need to help teach them how to conduct ourselves in a meeting. So right now, I will turn the presentation over to Blanca, and she will do an interim draft financial report for you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra, so much. Thank you, Chief and Council, and thank you, all the members. It has been my privilege servicing you for quite a few years so far. I'm confident and hope I can bring the band to better funding arrangement with Indigenous Services Canada. We will go over it. And thank you for all the time tremendous support. Okay, thank you. Okay, since about 2021, 2022, the band initiated more activities in terms of programs, grant applications, economic development. Of course, that means way more pressure on financial processing and financial capacity. And that was even during COVID period when it was very difficult to retain or attract financial competent staffing. That was a big part of some delay in financial audited statements presentation, and it will be those challenges we had to go through, but we made it so far, and we will make it again. Will be all listed on in the newsletter. So I would like to present membership with consolidated or comprised financial information for 2023 year. And the audit should be released in a couple of weeks. And then 2024 and 2025 audits would follow shortly because most of the complex work was done already by now. Thank you. So right now what we are looking at is the balance sheet, which means the band cash and what money the band was owing, and also the band worth, band wealth, or band value. And so again, it's 2 years old information. It will be on 24-25. We are keeping cash in a healthy position. The bank balance is varying between $1 million to $3 million. So we are not anyhow in red. So on 2023, Ben has had $1.8 million in cash, accounts receivable of $3 million, inventory, some inventory at the gas bar, coffee shop. We have Ottawa Trust Fund, which is raising interest income, almost 200,000, so $5.2 million in assets. 2.6 million in liabilities, which means invoices owing to contractors or other parties, mandatory replacement reserve for housing, and equipment lease or loans, $1.2 million. So net financial assets, it's $2.5 million. So we were not and we are not in a debt. What is important on the report is then in 2022, the value of capital assets, which is housing, equipment, infrastructure, real estate properties, was 18 million. And we increased that value to almost $30 million for 2023. So 29,800,000 is the value of our things we can see: equipment, housing, infrastructure, real estate. The total value of the band in terms of things we see at the end of 2023 was $32 million. Increase from 17 to 32 over 1 year, which is quite success. But also it was at the cost of the cash, because at 2022 we had $8.8 million on the bank account. 2023 it went down to $1.8 million because all those increase in assets has to be paid for. But that means the the money, they were not wasted. It's park built into the real estate, buildings, housing, and infrastructure. Then we will move to overall revenue or income statement. So total revenue for 2023 was $28 million. That's not regular revenue for the band because it included remaining grant from from CMHC for rapid housing, $8 million. So that $28 million, it's not the regular band revenue. Regular revenue is around $9 million per year. So I don't want members thinking, oh, we are getting $28 million each year. No, that was a special year because we received that huge grant from CMHC. Our expense, they were $14 million, so we ended up with annual surplus of $14.5 million. And again, increased the overall value of the band in terms of assets to $32 million. And now I will scroll through programs, consolidated, so it's only about 12 pages, not 92. Overall, the band, that statement says basically the cash value, so cash value was $2.5 million. Increase from deficit of $100,000 to surplus of $2.5 million. Okay, now cash flow. And the most important is the bottom line. When we did increase the value of the band, but it cost money, so our cash decreased by $6.9 million from 2022 to 2023, from 8.8 to $1.8 million. And now we are getting into consolidated programs, departments. Band administration revenue $7.2 million, which included Gitsan Government Commission interest and surplus of $5.7 million. That was due to disengagement. And expense $1.1 million. So we had a surplus of over $6 million. But then we used the money to support other departments and activities. So from that surplus 6.7 million went to other departments as the support, and you will see it on next schedules. Overall, we ended up with a total surplus in administration of about $500,000. Next, child and family services. That was also the year we started receiving prevention dollars and band representative dollars. 2022 was startup year, $435,000 only. In 2023, we received $1.3 million combined band representation services and prevention. We spent $1.1 million and ended up with $215,000 surplus. We purchased two vehicles, which was funded. That funding is included in that 1.3. Was fully funded, was not the band own money. So total surplus at the end of 2023 left over to be spent next year was $49,000. That's the prevention and band representation services. Social services, that's income assistance. Total revenue, $2 million. Total expense, $2.3 million. We ended up with a deficit of $213,000, which will be claimed from ISK. That's the reimbursable expense. once we have 2023 audit done. Social assistance or income assistance support usually ends up in deficit. ISK is funding based on last year, and then they will pay top up if we are running into deficit. Health, that's FNHA. That was second year of functioning, because we opened the health center on April 1st, 2021. So total revenue funding from FNHA, that's not ISK, that's FNHA, $3.3 million. Total spending $2.3 million and surplus about $1 million. The reason is it was only second year, so we didn't have all the staffing, so we were not running all the programs at the full blast. So we rolled over into 2024 with surplus about $1 million. Overall, surplus $1.5 million in health as of at the end of 2023. Housing, that's the day-to-day housing, Ben rental. That includes the CMHC social housing, it's combined. So total revenue, $925,000. And rental income was 244, increase from last year, and we did achieve very good collection. Our collection rate right now from the current rental is 98%, so we have better rent collection than City of Vancouver. Expense, regular supplies, maintenance, repair maintenance, wages, some property taxes. So surplus before, so 600,000 expense, surplus 323,000, total surplus 341,000 rolling into 2024. That's the operational housing. That statement is not renovations or new builds. That's just operation of the band-owned rental housing. Public works, operation maintenance. Total revenue funded, mostly funded, $1.3 million. Total expense, 1.2. We did purchase some equipment, capital assets, 142,000. We utilize prior year surplus, ending with surplus $168,000. That's quite healthy operation, so no deficit. Economic development. In 2023, we didn't have Municipal Development Corporation separated. Everything was under Kispiox Band Council as the department. So economic development includes the gas bar, gravel sales, road maintenance, and any other businesses we had in 2023. Total revenue, $2.5 million. Total expense, 2.9. So operational deficit was $400,000. And when you see the transfers from administration, which includes GGC interest and gaming, $5.4 million was the economic development support. From that money, we purchased assets, real estate assets, equipment for $2.6 million. Ended up with surplus 2.4, but we had to cover deficit of $2.1 million from prior years. So after that support of $5.4 million, the economic development ended up with surplus of $289,000. And breakdown of those real estate properties will be in the newsletter. Capital projects, that means water treatment plant, sewage, and mostly in 2023 was rapid housing. That's $7.9 million from rapid housing from CMHC grant. Revenue $9.6 million. $1.4 million, it's the bank contribution to the rapid housing program that was mandatory. $10 million basically spent is value of the rapid housing. Ended up with surplus $359,000. Okay, and capital fund, that's just our assets. Again, when I was talking about all our buildings, real estate properties, equipment, that's basically, we had value $17 million at the bottom 2022, and we increased that value to $29 million, but again at the cost of cash spending as well, because someone has to pay for it. But again, that cash is invested in equipment, real estate, and value of the village, so it's not just spent. So most, anything of reserve is possible to recover, so the value is still there. Okay, so, and we have that trust fund, which is generating revenue, interest, other revenue, $9,000. It's a small interest. So we have almost $200,000 sitting in that account. Upon community and council decision, it could be pulled out. But again, the amount is not that significant to make any major decisions. So it's better to leave it sit there and maybe make a plan what to do with it. Okay, so thank you. That's the interim financial reports. The audited reports will, I know already will be looking very similar, maybe small adjustment to the interest loan, but that's basically what you will see on the audited financial statements. Audited statements will be more extensive. There will be explanation notes, breakdown of the debt, you know, what loans we have, so way more details. But overall number where we are, or where we were in 2023, that's pretty much what you will see on the audited statements. Okay, thank you. Newsletter. Okay, so I will move to the next presentation on the agenda, which is our achievement and commitments. I will try to make it bigger. Okay, better, okay. So first page, and again, everybody will receive that newsletter. Printing shop didn't finish it today, so tomorrow it will go door-to-door delivery. And for anybody else, it's on our website in members-only area, the interim financial statements and the newsletter as well, so everybody can read. And if people have any question, they can always ask me, no problem. Financial report is basically a summary of what we went over just recently. Total value of the band is on reserve band is $32 million. Revenue expense, then we can see the $13 million was spent for purchases of equipment, properties, and rapid housing building. So we ended up with $1.8 million cash. What we achieved, some projects started 2021, 2022, so we completed rapid housing, 6 plexes, everybody knows about it. $9.2 million was funded by CMHC, $1.5 million we were able to receive BC Housing Emergency Grant. and Ben committed to $1.5 million on contribution. We completed Section 95 CMHC housing. It's the non-repayable mortgage to CMHC. That's why some houses which are still under CMHC mortgage, we cannot transfer to the ownership yet. The mortgage has to be paid down first. So it was several modulars. The total value of the non-repayable mortgage is $1.6 million. We are continuing ongoing renovations. I'm sure people will have a lot of questions. It's slower pace because we are in direct funding arrangement with ISK, and we have to apply for every single renovation. So we are not getting a lump sum amount as we used to do through GGC. So we could start maybe 10 renovations and then be reimbursed later. We just don't have that money. So we have to first apply to Indigenous Service Canada for every single renovation, even portion or ramp, access ramp. And then its response time is between 6 to 14 months. Continuing the great project expansion of our Unspoke Health Center, the project is fully funded by FNHA grant of about $7.6 million, and the construction is progressing very well. There is no any hassle or any problems so far. So once it's done, we will have very beautiful expanded health center with way more services and proper kitchen and healing area. We did a major gas bar upgrade. Everybody knows about the new gas bar. Portion was absolutely necessary due to safety, and because the roof was not done proper way and was actually collapsing. So we had to shut down the gas bar. I still remember it was 9 p.m. immediately. That was not expected. So the renovation was about $1.2 million using Kitsang Government Commission interest funds. And we have new fuel pumps, efficient EV chargers. EV chargers, they were funded, canopy, three-phase power, heat pumps, emergency. And again, as I was saying, there was a lot of emergency structure roof and wall improvement. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to open the gas bar. Recently, we were approved for good grants, rural transit grant and Indigenous Services Chart 41 grant. So we just recently purchased 2 new buses. We have that little wood shop, which is it was slower process, of course, but now we have agreement with Unspoke Adult Academy, and it will start servicing its original purpose, being an educational facility for Kispiox band members to gain the woodworking and skills. So first program under Unspoke Adult Academy is starting in September. So the academy will be renting the wood shop and delivering woodworking courses to the members. The project was funded by BC Province EST educational program and partially FUNESC. We did support establishment of Adult Learning Academy, which is doing very well. Again, we allowed to use the AB building. Now we are getting numerous careers and job-oriented courses. Right now, very successful bookkeeping course, 2 years ending with diploma, and we can see the great progress of the students. We are upkeeping ball field, grass, fertilizing. There's some new soccer equipment. In 2023, we did major upgrade of fire hall equipment, about $80,000. As everybody knows, we made the hall look nice, flooring and beautiful art painting. We did purchase, it was on the financial statements, equipment, cut grader, which is actually was very good decision because right now we are getting way more contract for road maintenance and expanding that business. We bought logo grappler, which is very helping the forestry. Trailer wood chipper, MTC unit. We upgraded vehicle fleet because, of course, if we want to run the businesses and successful, we have to have reliable equipment. Currently, we are really increasing our various contracts for brushing, weeding, and road maintenance. Recently we did Barrett Lakes in Houston, culverts. Currently, right now, this week, we are doing 7 culverts at the Blue Lakes Trail. And we've got a very nice thank you email for excellent job. So that's very positive. We are right now in a quite good road maintenance business. Of course, by meantime, delivering all various job-related courses, mostly dangerous trees assessor, driving license level 3, very much needed. First aid level 3, wildlife protection, those are always needed for almost every job. Currently, we will start running those courses starting tomorrow upstairs in the hall, and we will be probably training about 40 members. We did quite successful prescribed burning. Everybody knows about that. So, protecting village for the wildfire. And between 2023 and now, 2025, Ben administration successfully applied for over additional $13 million in basically additional grant funding. So everything we can deliver and provide services to the members, it's through the extra grants because we are getting only basic funding from indigenous services. We also completed and are still completing various assessments and studies, focusing on housing needs, land inventory assessment, child and family capital needs assessment. Every funding application is asking, did you do your assessment? Can you support your need? So that's why we have all those projects sitting in the shelving to be able to apply for additional grants. Now a little bit update what we are up to now. On the financial side, in June 2021, the band adopted FAL, Financial Administration Law, and its policies with the assistance of First Nation Financial Management Board. The FAL, it's very important for the financial performance of the band to access more serious fundings, because right now we are usually getting like 20,000 over there, 5,000. Well, we have to access multi-million dollars funding, and the only way is to have the financial certification, which means we will have good quality of finance and financial reporting. That will also allow us to go into cooperation with First Nation Financial Authority, again, to access way better financing and financial arrangements. We are exploring land code. Probably in August will be the first community session about the land code. It's the exploration phase. It doesn't mean we are signing up for anything. If the membership will find out the land code is not the best arrangement for the band, then we can step out. But it's something definitely to be aware of. Election Act, in progress. Basically, adopting election act would allow to extend the council period for 4 years, and the membership would basically dictate the conditions. There is still some limitation through Indian Act, but membership could put some stipulation: who can run, how many people can be nominated, if there is any fee, who can run for councillor, for chief. That would be up to the membership. So that's in progress too. There will be a series of the membership consultation. Kispiox First Nation jurisdiction over child and family services. Kispiox Ben opted in. A notice was submitted to the minister in May 2025. So Kispiox Ben is exercising its own jurisdiction of the child and family welfare. I want to explain too, it's with cooperation with Gitsan Child Family, so that doesn't mean we would be pulling out. No, we will be actually cooperating, but the only band can be right holder of the child jurisdiction. So that's quite important step for child and family protection and being managed by the First Nation. We are working on, as I informed, 10 years grant. Right now we are under direct funding, monthly funding, basic core, it's called core funding with ISK, doesn't give us too much. 10 years grant, hopefully as of April 1st, 2026, will allow us better planning, and basically it will be up to the band to decide how the money will be spent. Right now it's quite dictated by the government of Canada. Health center is funded by FNHA. We would roll over into block funding, basically maybe April 1st, 2026. It's quite a lot of work. Right now we are on sort of core monthly funding as well. So there is opportunity to roll over into better block funding. Holiday Ranch, property owned by the band, is currently utilized as the child, family and membership support area. The vision is to convert the property into the land basic healing center. And we are having like discussion with BC Housing and CMHC because of course we need capital funding. Again, that could be part of the community discussion, what would be the community preference to utilize that beautiful property. Ansbach Bistro, I did some little survey. Most members are in support. Cook shack is being renovated because it was not safe. The kitchen was basically illegal due to fire and improper fire structure and connection to the propane. Right now we have heat pumps, so it will even have AC, will be seating area, and it will be our community kitchen for healthy food, catering all the sport events, and offering like a nice retreat for members. And also it will open more job opportunity for local Kispiox members. It's not going as fast as we would expect because we are having supply challenge, and again here up north any technical services are just very difficult to access. Now we are in process of applying for child complex care center. We were awarded by almost $100,000 funding for feasibility studies. So first we have to do the paperwork and design, then we can apply. We are also applying for child family service center building. We were awarded $97,000 to do the feasibility study. We are working on community supportive emergency shelter, which would be 2 units, about 9 to 12 self-sufficient rooms for men and ladies. We received $30,000 for feasibility study. That facility is so much needed. We know that, everybody knows that. We are applying for community housing fund. We received $57,000 for feasibility study. And that would be 24 supportive units with 24/7 support for vulnerable members. And we also are applying for Indigenous Housing Fund. And we received 90,000 for the project work. That would be 18 row houses or townhouses of reserve that could assist to accommodate the professionals, you know, the teachers, doctors. So we would be collecting rental income or even bring more professional members back to Kispiox. We are annually submitting FNIP, First Nation Infrastructure Plan, with the idea up to 10 to 25 years. Current plan, total it, we would need $138 million to bring the band reserve where it should be. That how much is neglected by government of Canada. So in current dollars, it would require $138 million. We receive energy efficient assessment grant of $148,000. Idea is to put heat pumps into the hall, so we have proper AC. We are now on June 5th, there is increased rebate for First Nation on reserve for heat pumps. So we are doing feasibility study assessment about the cost and houses who could benefit from the heat pumps. Kispiox school expansion, we were working with architects and the school on the project. Unfortunately, there was some ISC or Government of Canada freeze funding to school on capital projects, but hopefully it will be reopened. Kispiox school HVAC update worth $750,000. I believe it started. We are working on band office expansion, geotech and environmental studies. They were done, and again, it's the matter of pushing ISC for funding. We are well aware about our new about sewage system. Our system is almost up to the capacity. So if we would somehow be approved for, let's say, 30 houses, sewage system would have to be, lagoon would have to be, we would have to add at least one more lagoon. But we are on it. WSP Engineering is working on that project, so we are well aware about the capacity of the sewage. Again, ISC will not provide funding for any modern system. They will push us just to dig another lagoon. Drinking water plant, we are watching the capacity as well. Right now, it's in capacity better shape than a sewage system, but again, Radloff and company engineering are monitoring and working on the drinking water assessment and improvement. We did land inventory not long time ago, so the reserve could support another 250 houses. But again, that would mean major infrastructure upgrade. We are trying, of course, or doing what we can with quite government restrictions, support various events, activities, courses. We are also supporting graduate students as much as we can. And I know some people, members, they might remember there was the TELUS cell tower meetings. Project is temporarily halted or tabled by TELUS. They are claiming now they have no money. But the culprit was the dispute over the location. TELUS was pushing for the cheapest location for them, with not that much benefit for people living around. We were pushing for different locations, so it's tabled that tower for time being. Okay, now I would like to inform the membership about the off-reserve real estate, because people are wondering how many or what type, what the band is owing. So the membership is owner of all those properties of reserve. It's the Hazelton Mall, but we are landlord, so we do not run Red Apple or anything. We are just landlord collecting rental income. So Hazelton Mall, everybody knows we own the coffee shop and including building. The building came with coffee shop. We own it's called former DFO building. It's a blue building behind the Chevron in New Hazelton. The good commercial, currently let's rented to Gitniao Fisheries, a good tenant. We own the entire Inlander building, which is former pub portion and upper portion. There is note, right now we are in negotiation with FNHA because there was the interest to actually create First Nation primary health center, healthcare center in that building. So currently the feasibility study is undergoing to figure out the cost. We should know in September if it's feasible for both sides, like Kispiox or Unspoke Development Corporation and FNHA as well, but that would be a good project. They would invest close to $3 million into the building. What do we own now? Then we own 3 residential houses on Bowser Street across the former ICBC, on 9th Avenue, that's across highway from Jericho, and on 4th Avenue, that's the 4th Avenue by the Stevens Supplies in town. We own the Inlander parking lot, almost the whole thing. And then we own 7 acres bare lots on Swanal Road that was purchased from Old Town City Hall for the real estate development. The plan is for 48 row houses, but right now Giramax Band and Village of Hazelton are conducting a drinking water assessment study to make sure it's enough to support additional housing. So we have to wait probably until October for rezoning permit to rezone for 40 or 48 lots for the future row houses. That project would definitely require a co-investor. We own behind the DFO building another 1/4 acre empty lot. We own a lot behind the college, it's a Strathern, and we own entire below the corner, which originally was several lots. It was 13575 Churchill Street and 14 Silver Glen lots. So we eventually purchased the entire corner. The proposal is to have a strip mall with maybe Tim Horton on the corner, maybe accommodation upstairs, but again, that project would need a co-investor, of course. It's probably the best commercial lot in Hazelton. Total purchase cost was about 2.2 million for all the properties. About 800,000 was spent in needed renovation. So total cost so far $3 million. Current value of the properties is over $3 million. So the value of the properties is offsetting all the cost. And if really needed or desired, it can be all sold and Ben will recover all the money. So money are just parked in real estate. They are not lost or gone. We are collecting about 40,000 net rental revenue. So I believe gross is about over 200,000, but you have property tax, insurance. So net revenue is about 40,000. So it's not losing money. Real estate properties are legally owned by Unspoke Development Corporation, and it was financed by the Kispiox band funds. At that time, the band was not recognized real estate entity, so couldn't enter into real estate transaction. BC government changed the land law, so as of May 2024, any band council can actually buy off-reserve property. That was not available at the time of the purchase. That's why the ADL or corporation was used as the middleman, as the purchaser. I know there might be some question about the economic development, but again, to make it productive and for the membership to get most information, ADL will have their own community session pretty soon at a later date with business plans and economic reports. And I would like to share the challenges too, because of course members are quite often asking why we don't do something or why we don't have something, and of course I'm well aware about it, but between 2021 and almost now, we went through some real challenges for a small office as our band office. We changed the auditor from local Terras, who knew the band and ISK funding, into the Vancouver company. First, it's remote audit, which doesn't work well for northern communities because you need someone at the office, and it's constant emailing and miscommunication, or even like unclear communication because it's all through emails. So expression of special complex accounting wording is not that easy. That basically was part of being still late with audits, changing the auditors. We implemented new accounting software from Sage 300 to ACPAC. Again, it's a huge change for a little office because everything is reset, new program, learning curve, settings. Then you will find out settings are not good, you have to redo it again, basically a lot of pain, but now it's all working. Continuing staff shortage, of course. Bands are very poorly funded in terms of administration. Kispiox band is receiving funding for probably only 4 people at the band office. We need probably 22. You know, they will just not give us the funding to hire people. And that's basically very frustrating, and everybody has to cover like 6 functions. We have no other choice. We separated in the accounting side development corporation from band. Also in our system, again, a lot of extra work, all new setups, new banking, new signatories. It's incredible workload for few of us, but we did it. The band disengaged from Gitsan Health Society as of April 1st, 2021. We've got access to the building May 8th, 2021. It was just empty building. It was me and Bobby, the nurse, and we were sitting with the kids, not knowing what to do. Then the band disengaged from Gitsan Government Commission as of April 1st, 2023, and we entered into quite uncharted direct core funding agreement with ISK. And we learned with the funding what is working, what's not working. Under current funding agreement, we are receiving monthly funding, so we don't get anything upfront. So we are not able to generate any extra interest income, because with monthly funding, you will spend that money in that month, and then first day of the month, you will get another funding. So it's basically we can survive, but doesn't give us any chance to gain any extra funds. Only core services for on-reserve members are funded based on on-reserve registered members. So what might happen too if people are not participating in consensus, they are not recognized in ISK database, so we don't get funding for them. It's only based on what is reported to the ISK. And we are only funded for income assistance, basic ban administration, OM membership. We are getting 66% of prevention funds, band rep services, one housing coordinator, only $50,000. Minimum for fire safety, about $9,000 a year only. And very nominal community economic development funds, about 80,000 only per year. So once a while, ISK will wake up and send us, oh, there is 30,000 for your capital projects coordinator and or education, but it's not on continuing basis, so you cannot hire anybody full time. Anything else is basically based on ban administration applying for countless extra funding and grants. Again, Kispiox ban is not receiving upfront funding for housing renovations or new builds. We have to apply, they have to apply through the ban office for every single renovation, even partial. So if anybody needs a roof, has to be a renovation package submitted to ISK. And then again, ISK response between 6 to 12 months. So we did experience 14 months, ISK being totally quiet. There is systematic long-term lack of sufficient funding from Ghana government, dysfunctional funding formula based on reserve registered membership only, not reflecting the actual needs and excluding members living off reserve. And we all know about that deficiency. Closing remarks. Every Kispiox ban leadership, former, current, future, and administration team, we are very dedicated to hard work and members' well-being. We are highly committed to deliver best support services within the given funded environment, and we are often facing very cruel limits, unfortunately. We did improve our internal controls and diligently following Kispiox ban policies, which basically is key to success, following the policies and have internal controls in place. Our goal is to lead Kispiox ban into the better funding agreement, which is 10 years grant. Currently, that's the only better funding arrangement available, which will have more freedom and basically freedom to decide how the funding is being spent. Currently, again, no annual, we would get annual upfront funding, then we could be able to generate interest income, and it will be band members and leadership driven budget. So we will be deciding, the band will be deciding membership, how the money will be allocated. We all here, leadership and us staff, very honestly deeply appreciate the community and membership continuing support, very important support during all the challenging times. And we are all exposed to changes in economic, politic, even the Canada, BC politic, and sometimes and often personal change in landscape. Everybody has the problems. And but again, most important, if we will stay united, have the constructive criticism, which will help, then I'm quite confident we will achieve the success and self-determination for the First Nation and prosperity. But that really means the unity and have the very good conversation, and get all together. I know it was quite extensive presentation, and everybody will get a newsletter, so you can read of it through it anytime. And if you have any question, we are at the BUN office anytime for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. Lots of information shared, including the financials to March of 2023, to the end of March of 2023. And then also listing all of the commitments, the challenges, and everything that's been going on the last few years. Lots of work being done. Your accent is a little bit hard to understand, but we have this document here that we can have a look at and read. And Blanca has told me that if there's any questions regarding any of the information that has been presented, please email her. She's very good at responding. So we will keep the questions until after Colin has done his presentation. And his presentation is going to start on reflection on experience, takeaways, and insights. So please help me welcome Colin.
Dayaksini Sandra. So I'll try not to take too much time, but there's definitely a lot I would love to share with everyone who's assembled here. Because I also really want to make sure we have plenty of time for the discussion. And I know that was a lot of information to digest, especially going over all the finances and taking a look at all the large projects that have happened in the village. Well, especially going back to 22-23, which was the year that I first sat on council. So we're looking at a 4-year period here, and I would really love to just share my reflections over those 4 years, especially, as we have many, prospective councillors and good folks who are planning to run in this upcoming election. Sorry? You have all the same papers that I have. Oh, my speech? It's just off the cuff. Yeah, from the court. Okay. So, I'll just quickly share some of my insights and what I feel has worked and what I feel could use improvement. Because I think like any political role, any administration, any social body, especially one that's focus point is the social welfare of our community, there's always room for improvement. Always room. The last thing I'm going to tell you is that I was a part of developing a perfect policy that could be a catch-all that could address, every single concern. But I'll tell you that, our council, myself included, made every effort possible to try to draft the best policies within our capabilities to make it as fair as possible, to make it as impartial as possible, to try to remove it from the opinions and the emotions of ourselves as councillors. So myself as chief councillor, my role has been to be the chair of the meetings, and being the chair, it is my role to mediate, to go over the agenda, and to largely ensure that everyone sitting around the table has a voice so that we can tackle the issues in an efficient way. And also as chair, I am not a voting member when I am sitting as chair. And I think that's also an important distinction. But then aside from being the chair, I function as a spokesperson. So quite often, as spokesperson, I'll be asked to MC at different events around the community. I'll be asked to go to different functions, and there's too many to count in that regard. But also, it's a role that entails quite a lot of traveling and networking. So whether that's BC AFN, whether that's AFN at the national scale, whether that's UBCIC, whether that's events that are happening that affect child welfare at the national scale, whether that's, working with Mary TG and Cindy Blackstock and the Caring Society, or just keeping up to date with the latest trends that are happening that affect all nations, and where Kispiox has a vote that can help with the bigger picture. That's a big part of the role, being able to have that time and flexibility to attend to all those needs, as well as being here in community and attending to the needs of the village. So in large part, that was, the summary, I would say, of my role. And for myself, I really wanted to make a big point of not having my hands in too many pots, so to speak. So to limit myself to not be a part of ECDEV, to not be a part of different bodies where I know that the council had the power to delegate funds or to delegate different resources. So I took that very seriously to try to ensure that I was not sitting in conflict in any of my roles. And so as a result, I often, when it came to ADL, I'd be helping draft shareholder memos on behalf of council, working on policies, working on directives, working on overall just building up the internal controls, like Blanca mentioned. That was the biggest lesson and the biggest task that's still ongoing, is developing robust internal controls. Because I think, as I'm sure you're all aware, and in all our hats, whether it's Kispiox, whether it's various societies or organizations, we all see just habits that develop. We see the way things play out and the way the day-to-day goes. And, sometimes habits are really difficult to contend with, but the best thing is controls, is policies, and making efforts to ensure that people, comply with the policies, and especially ourselves as council. I think that's the most important part, because the councillor, ultimately, we oversee Blanca. Blanca's our one employee as council, and then Blanca oversees the band and all the departments. That's how it works. So in our roles as councillors, especially over the last term, we made sure, we're not going to be going out and, doing our own hiring. We're not going to be going out and, making decisions or basically promises that we can't upkeep in terms of our policies and our steps, our procedures that we have to follow at the table. And I can tell you with certainty that a lot of our discussions were always based around, okay, how do we do this the best way? And it's not always an easy discussion to have, because there's always and always going to be many complicating factors. There's always going to be conflicts of interest, or, perhaps it's related to family, perhaps it's related, to a niece or a nephew or uncle, auntie, extended family. And so, ensuring that when that came up, that we're comfortable and willing to be able to step aside and let the rest of council do their work, and vice versa, myself, even as the chair, I might have to step away as the chair just for those moments. But that really just comes down to making good habits out of the policies and the expectations of the community. Because especially in terms of my personal philosophy, I've never wanted to be a politician. I don't have any career goals in it. I don't want to set myself up on different boards, shake hands at First Nations Major Projects Coalition, or et cetera, et cetera. You have those natural pathways where people, can move out of the realm of politics. And especially, I did not want to be a dictator. Really, I took my role as chair seriously and really did my best to maintain that impartiality. Was it perfect? I'm sure I made a lot of mistakes. Because I'm learning, I'm 32 years old. I just turned 32 on June 24th. And, I just got into fatherhood, when I got on council. So my daughter is 4 years old now. For as long as I've been on council, it's been a very much a learning journey. And at the same time, I feel like we've done a lot just to build up those internal controls, the policies, the good habits. And, I have to just commend Blanca and our administration for building a very robust team. even like it's quite something to be here in this hall and to look at how beautiful it is to actually have our floor back and, all the new housing and, like the team was building so many houses, we maxed out our lagoons. So that's pretty good, but at the same time, yeah, we're going to need some new lagoons, and Blanca was mentioning that work and those studies. Those have been ongoing for quite a while now. But suffice it to say, I think tonight, like I really do want to hear people's thoughts. I really want to hear, your suggestions, especially because we're always working towards solutions. And like I'll tell you first and foremost, it can always be better. And right now, where we're at in terms of the upcoming election, this is a great opportunity too, even tonight. Like I'd love to hear from, some of the amazing candidates that we have in the room. Thoughts on, what we've seen in terms of the presentation, the ongoing work, thoughts perhaps on some of my remarks, thoughts on some of the key issues that I've no doubt we're going to talk about, whether that's housing, whether that's dogs, whether that's drugs. Like these are all very important topics that, I think really require a lot of community input. Because regardless, we all have to move in the same direction together if we want to find a solution. Because it's by no means simple. And I can attest it affects all our families very, very personally. So, personally, I'd love to hear from the candidates tonight in the midst of our discussions, and I'd love to field any questions that we have. And I believe Blanca mentioned too that there will be a designated housing meeting with Brianna. So to go over all the fine details, like whether we want to talk about the policies, whether we want to talk about the point systems. We could talk about the point system, but I think, I really want to hear like we could always develop solutions to do it better. And I'll just briefly talk about the point system. So the point system was the attempt to make everything impartial. Because regardless, when you have a list of names that hits the council table, we're going to be related to people on that list. We're going to know people on that list. And that's something pretty difficult to deal with, especially if you have, for every house you have 10 applicants. There is a severe housing shortage. And that's what makes it very difficult. So for every happy person who gets a house, there's going to be 9 people devastated because they can't get a house here, because there's a shortage in Hazelton, there's a shortage everywhere else. And that's the overall situation with housing in the north. And, I'll share just briefly my thoughts along those lines. So the point system, that was designed to be data-driven. That was designed, to basically focus on the social welfare needs when it comes to housing, taking into account children, taking into account possible abuse scenarios, taking into account people who are in need, whether that housing is oriented towards people who have needs such as handicaps, or whether that housing has a certain amount of occupants and how that relates to the applicants. But the whole idea was to make it fair. But then, if it's fair for one person, it's not going to be fair for 9. And that's what makes it difficult. Because even in all the different systems that we deliberated around the table, because this came up quite a lot, and we've been hitting our heads against the wall with this one for quite a while, you're always going to have 9 disappointed people for every person who has finally achieved a home here in Kispiox. So that's the struggle. And, in respect to the point system too, when I say it's data-driven, we had a lot of feedback that people had been applying over and over and over and over, and they've not received, a house in Kispiox, and people are wondering, well, what's the point of applying anymore? So with the point system that we just added in, okay, well, every time you apply, you'll get more points. But then we tried to do that retroactively. But But then we found that it was really difficult to find records, even going back past our term when it came to housing in Kispiox. It was very difficult to find records of how many people have applied, how many times, and even who applied. So, you know, just to say there, like we started almost from scratch. We did our best to develop a system that we thought was fair, but then I'm super open if, you know, our prospective counselors have, you know, better solutions, better ideas, because there can always be improvement. And like I'll recognize that, you know, a lot of people aren't happy with the point system, and, you know, I'm not going to die on the point system hill. You know, I think if we can figure out something better, then I'm all for that. So that's the quick piece when it comes to housing. And then I think just, you know, let's talk quickly about, you know, Blanca shared a lot of information when it came to the finances, going back to 22, 23. And so 22, 23, you know, I have to say that was very chaotic time. My first year on council, and we had separation from GGC, and we had the creation of ADL. We had, you know, I would say a lot of movement towards bringing Anspajach to be independent from all the other bodies around us, but we were severely lacking in administrative capacity and, you know, even the funding to build up that capacity. And so, like, I know our staff, you know, did the best they could given the circumstances, juggling a lot of accounts, a lot of needs, a lot of tasks. And, you know, and I think that's really where the financial controls had to come into play. Because, you know, as you're aware, like, we only just got our 22, 23 financial statements, and we still need to wait for the finalized audited versions. And then it is my hope that, you know, by the end of the year that we'll have, you know, we'll be fully caught up when it comes to 23, 24, and 24, 25. And for anyone who's elected to council next, like, I'll be happy, like, I'll be here at the AGM. Just because I'm not, you know, running again doesn't mean I'm going to disappear from the face of the earth. So I'll be here, of course, just to help if there's any questions or, you know, any insights that you might need, or to field any questions from community once those financial statements are. And I'd definitely recommend, you know, hold on to our internal documents today so you can compare them to when the audited ones come out. But yeah, I would say that, you know, there wasn't anything nefarious, but there was a lot bitten off, and a bit more than we had the capacity to chew. And at the same time, those habits that I mentioned, you know, continued to play. And as a result, you know, without clear finances, there wasn't strict budgeting when it came to a lot of the investments that were made. And I think, as Blanca mentioned, like, those investments, it's not like we invested in stock options and they all evaporated into nothing. But they're actually wrapped up in tangible assets that, you know, whether that's the housing, or you could see it all on the list that Blanca shared. But, you know, as a result, I'd say for the past 2 years, you know, we haven't had a great surplus to work with. You know, in fact, I think we've taken many measures just to be more frugal, and that's something I really want to emphasize to up-and-coming councillors, is that, you know, it's been austerity mode, so to speak. You know, nothing flashy, no big expenditures. You know, from the council level, like, we tried cutting our costs the best we could. You know, we found that committee meetings were, you know, eating up time and honoraria, and at the end of the day, that, you know, people would have to repeat all the information likewise for all the councillors who weren't a part of that committee. And so we just found ways to streamline these processes. We had no committees. You know, we weren't charging any honoraria for internal meetings. And the only time that honoraria really came into account was when it was fully reimbursable by external bodies. So that was, you know, part of those cost saving measures, as well as just really we didn't spend a whole lot. It's, because I would have loved to say, you know, we did a lot that was flashy and, you know, we built this, did this, but, you know, it was very by the book, very boring, very foundational, and really to try to set us up to get these audits done and to get into those 10-year agreements. And especially when we get into those 10-year agreements, when we have 10 years worth of money accessible by the band, that's when we need the very robust internal controls in place so that we don't spend this year's money, next year's money, and next year's money. So that's, you know, that's been the ongoing project and how we've been moving forward to try to set us up for success going forward. So that's, you know, the overall rundown. There's a lot more to say, so I feel like I'm eating into question period, and I know people have pressing questions. So I think what I didn't say, you can ask about it and put me on the spot up here. I'll consider myself in the hot seat for the next hour or so. So doyak sinesam, everyone.
Thank you, Colin. Lots of good information, lots of good updates from both Colin and Blanca. So what we can do for a question period is we have mics here. Put your hand up. I'll write your name down as I see your name or your hand up. Sorry, and then I'll call on you to come in. Ask your question, name who you're directing the question to, and then ask your question. Then we will get Colin or Blanca to answer your question. Okay, we can get started. Jane. This works.
Check.
That's weird. Thank
Oh, weird.
you. Your magic touch.
Might be, you have to be close to the machine.
Check. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Oh.
Check.
Check, check.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Again, Development Corporation will have the dedicated meeting soon, and they will be presenting the all information, which means the business plan, purpose, employment opportunity, what happened when the properties they were purchased, learning curve, every business it start up. So I don't want to comment too much without other information being available, honestly, because I think it will be better if membership would attend the Unspoiled Development Corporation community session and see the full picture about the plans with the property and timelines as well. Again, right now what I can say is the properties are not running away, and if there will be mutual decision, some could be sold currently with profit because property value is still going up. So there is still some time make another decision and another business plan. But again, I would really appreciate or encourage membership to attend corporate or economic development separate dedicated meeting with full complex information about everything you would like to know. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add to what Blanca said is, in terms of the question, the real estate portfolio and the gas bar fall under the umbrella of ADL as it currently stands since its inception. And I just want to also make a note, I think it's really important for community members to show up to when that ADL has their first meeting. And I could share that, like, we've done a lot of work at the council level, especially to introduce shareholder resolutions to develop the internal structure of ADL, so that we did have the plans in place and that we did have, some semblance of internal budgeting, and that we, could get to a point where Kispiox no longer needed to subsidize the ECDEV, which is a point that we did reach. So it's definitely, I'd say that ECDEV takes time, and you probably need robust plans to make it work and to not diversify too fast and to spend too much money. But these are things that might be easier to identify in retrospect. So in the meantime, like, we've really just made sure that there was no more deficit in relation to Kispiox, the band council and the programs and everything that our staff is doing, and to ensure that ADL could stand on its own. It'll probably take some time to actually start generating returns and own source income, but when that does happen, then we'll likely be able to see more programs and benefits and services and resources coming back to the community that doesn't have strings attached through, like, as in the average funding mechanism. But I'll just say it was a long task to get ADL. I'm not going to say it like it was myself. A lot of people put a lot of effort into, bringing ADL to where it is now. And, I look forward to their, when they have their AGM. And I think that's also a really important time too, when we can discuss, who will be a part of that board going forward, what's the overall vision, and what community wants to see in terms of ECDEV and what we do with that own source revenue. Yeah, so I'll run this around. I think I saw a couple hands earlier, but I might be forgetting.
I have a question for the band office workers. What is the reason why the band cannot help any of our churches on the reserve for renovation? And United Church is closed. And Pentecostal is in real bad need of renovation. And I don't know who was looking after it before we took over, but the pipes smell. The bathrooms need to be, we had to get bathrooms last year through, I don't know how Dugganum got that. And the basement leaks really bad. Those are my question for the band officer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will start with the church land property. We are currently exploring land code, so we are working on reserve land assessment, and it was surprising, and it's the document from 1918. The church is off reserve property, so we have the Kispiox band reserve land, and the churches are on the lots who are off reserve. No one knew about it, so the churches are on off reserve property in the middle of a reserve. Of course, Ben is not getting any funding for churches. That would be through, I believe, Church of Canada or BC. But again, for Government of Canada, ISK, Indigenous Services, it's not essential service, so they don't provide any funding. So band office is unable to cover cost of any repair, unfortunately. The only option is to explore any grant, and again, through the Church of Canada. But again, that would be probably the only option right now, because again, for government, those churches are basically non-existent, and they are actually on off reserve land, and band is only funded for on reserve, so that makes the whole thing even more complicated. We just find out that information about 4 weeks ago. You know, the legal status of the church land. Okay, thank you.
If the church members can get the material for the church, can any of the workers volunteer to come and help? Because Tommy is in charge of renovation right now, and our pastor had gotten some material, but he needs help. And we've been seeking for help, and nobody has told. The only person that ever answered was Alexander. I forgot his name, first name. Jim Alexander was the only one that spoke up that was going to help Tom. So far, we've been seeking for help for that church. And the basement is in need of renovation. It's terrible.
Thank you.
The one that Lorraine is talking about, church. And the only way you can get money for the churches, you have to do the fundraising yourself to get anything going and started. Because in United Church, that's what we usually do. We do our own fundraising with it. If we need anything in there, or if we need any renovation, we have to take it out of our own pockets to have it done. And we are working on the steeple of the church, United Church now, so that way they'll start working on it sometime as soon as they get the amount that they want. And due to too many deaths and that's the reason why we haven't really done anything with it yet again. And once we start, it's going to continue going. Because when there is feasts here they would donate money to the churches, but in the long run, it hasn't happened anymore. I don't know why, but every time there is any feast happening in the hall here, they usually donate money to the two churches. And we'd put up Thanksgiving. And then that goes into our pot for the church, because that's the only way we can do it. We can't go and ask the band to do it, because it was built by the people of Kispiox. It wasn't built by the band. And the same thing with Pentecost. It was by donation, everything was done. Another thing that I want to mention too is about our gas bar. I've seen a few people there that doesn't come from the village are working in there. From what I gathered, and I hear that it is supposed to be just for the village of Kispiox, for young people to work in there to make a living for themselves. Because you can't live on welfare. You have to go out and look for a job to do well with anything. Because over the years that my husband and I were married, we both used to work. We don't have time to be sitting around doing nothing and expect to get money coming into your home. No, you got to go to work to do it. You can't depend on anybody else. And that's how it works. And you ask the young people that are here, that are working, it is true, you have to put all your effort into it yourself to get it and do it. And I would like to say thank you to everyone for listening, because I know it's hard to speak, but there's times you have to speak and let people know how you feel about anything that is going to be with us for the rest of our lives, because there's no other way you could do anything, because you have to do it yourself. And thank you. May God bless everyone.
So in terms of the comment about folks working at the gas bar, like I know myself and our staff have been somewhat arm's length from the ADL. And so I think that would be much easier to ask to at the ADL AGM. And hopefully we should have some updates on that pretty soon, because I'll definitely be in attendance myself. Go ahead. Oh.
Another thing that I have never mentioned is people are going to Hazelton for gas and other things at the gas bar there. They say the gas out here is too expensive, so they go there. They don't support the gas station here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Morgan. Currently running for council as well. So this year, I'm hoping to join the team of councillors that have been working hard to put a lot of things in place so that we have to follow a path that's we are all accountable for. And speaking of accountability, I was looking at the changes of auditors, right? And it says we went from a Terrace accounting company to a Vancouver an accounting company where I wasn't sure if that was a result of the chief and council making that decision to do that. And are we still using Crowe McKay today? And what is their accountability for not having any of these audits done? And was any monies allocated to them? Because when we hire someone, they have to provide us documentation, because we provide all the documentation to them, right? We have our own accountants at that time period too, and then we have all of our own financial statements, and I don't understand how we can be so far behind and not knowing about our audits when we have our council making these changes and not holding them accountable to make this happen, right? So I understand we're coming out of COVID, but still, like, it's 4 years from there, 3 years from that time period. I just want to know who we're using for an accountant now, and these guys, did we pay them? I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Decision about the auditor appointments, it's always chief and council. It's a good practice to change auditor every maybe 5 years, which doesn't work well for any community. Doesn't matter whether it's a First Nation or no, past Vancouver. Due to remoteness, lack of proper internet, no cell signal, and long travel. Currently for 2024 and possibly 25, Chief and Council appointed again the Carlisle Shepherd. Now it's Wohora LPP, so the same company in Terrace. because all small communities need auditors work in the office so we can communicate effectively. The Vancouver company doesn't have great experience with First Nation audits. I checked the references. It's important to understand ISK funding mechanism. And again, the distance, it's making everything way more difficult. But they were paid partial audit fees, so we didn't pay them in full yet. We have no other choice than right now at this point wait for them to finish probably 2 weeks, because we have to deliver audited statements to Rural Bank, CMHC, BC Housing. But again, 2024, I'm in connection with our previous auditors, so it will be the Terrace company. So again, 24, 25 will be all done by December this year. So back on track. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Henry. I think we had the exact same thoughts. We need to get back to what works. And that's definitely not relying on auditors abroad down in Vancouver.
Hi, I overheard Lori talking about renovating the church, and Jim Alexander's the only one going to help Tommy, and I was going to volunteer. That's all I wanted to say.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I've seen your hand up for quite a while.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say that that there was a lot of information given tonight. The audit from 2022, 2023, it does sound like it was a lot of overspending. I do like what Jane had to say about the properties that were owned, and I just wanted to reiterate, why do we own empty parking lots? Not one, but 3 empty parking lots. Also, I did have a question for Chief and Council, but Colin did answer some of in his reflection, but these ones are for the councillors. What, if anything, did you learn, and what lessons did you learn to help for the future councillors being elected next week? And there's like 3 questions I had, but the other one is, how has the transition been from pulling away from GGC? What have been the pros and cons? You talked a lot about your office not being able to handle some of the capacity with the roles that GGC had, and so how is that working out? Is it working out with the 10-year funding plan? And I just had questions about the Ansbach development. I know, is there going to be something written up about what they do and how they're doing, like more information about that, and where all of that money is going, and who's in charge of that, like who's running that? So I had like about 4 or 5 questions, but hopefully that's what I had to say.
Okay, so for the questions relating to the real estate, the second one, you might need to remind me on.
I asked about the real estate. Why do we own 3 empty parking lots?
Yeah.
I asked about some of the councillors, the current council members, the lessons that they've learned that will help new councillors getting elected. And then about ADL and more information about that and when and where that can be provided to members.
And I think you had one about GGC, the separation. Yeah.
Yeah, pros and cons about the transition being separated from GGC and how that's affected or helps with.
Yeah. So for real estate, GGC, and ADL, I'll hand it to Blanca, then I'll run around the councillors. Further reflections. Oh,
Okay, thank you again, Alison. You know, I did expect questions about EGDEF because it's all tied together, but again, we will have a dedicated meeting with way more information, and that will provide way better picture. Even about parking lot, I know one parking lot, we paid only $1 for it. In real, it cost us $1, so. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, no, but again, it's better. Okay, it's better in full picture. GGC disengagement, the band, we would run into disengagement eventually anyway, because the 10 years grant is the only funding offered by the government of Canada, and that process is awaiting for Giramax and those two bands, still three bands under GGC. So they will eventually pull out as well, and GGC will be dissolved, because I believe it's the last period government is allowing that block funding. You know, so it's basically government is dictating so far what will happen. For Kispiox, and I will be brutally honest, disengagement was at that time prematured. It was too fast, and we were not ready for it. That's reality. But very positive news is we pull through it. So now we have all the procedures, programs set up in the system, and moving forward into 10 years grant. That 2 years learning was tough, and again the result is delay with audit, financial reporting, but now we are really getting up to date, and starting next year we will be actually quite ahead of all the three bands under GGC, honestly. So we have that baby painful time behind, and it's a very positive. We did survive. We made it. You know. So yeah, it was painful. It was, but we are past that, and honestly moving forward. I wish I could say that 2 years ago, but no, we were not in good position. It was too much going on. Thank you.
I'm going to chase down the councillors for part 2 of the question. Yeah.
What is the question again? Just the GGC one, or any advice, right? Were you looking for advice, that kind of thing? Okay. For me, I've been on the last 2 years, so it was really difficult. I'm used to finances every month. That was the hardest part. I'm pretty sure I noted at every meeting that I wanted it noted that finances should be here, right? But there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. That's one thing that's really important. I think that's the most important thing is finance, and having that every month. The other thing that I think is really for the candidates that are seeking election is you got to be committed. You got to be there. You know, those are really important things. because it's not easy. And yeah, you're going to have some tough decisions to make. And be ready for it. You know, those are, sometimes you'll go home and you won't sleep for at least 2-3 hours after you get out the meeting, because a lot of the decisions you make, it affects somebody. It hurts them. And it hurts us. But as a counselor, you got to look at it, this is how I look at it. I look at it, we got to make the best decision for our membership, for our community. And that's what it's all about. If it's not a good decision, then it's going to affect us some way. And there's a reason why they have policies. I know some people live by it, some people want to just say the hell with it. We've done both. But at the end of the day, you gotta figure out, is this the best interest for our community, for our membership? And those are the really hard things to do. And with the point system, I like it because you don't see the names until the end, right? So that conflict thing, we're all related here. What else? I can harp on the attendance. I think that's the most important thing. Kind of understand where previous council, they had awesome ideas. I really like what they did and what they were trying to do, what they were trying to accomplish. Maybe they just took too big of steps. I think if they took baby steps and then build on, let's use the gas bar, for example. Let's get that going really good and profitable before you move on to something else. Yeah, it was tough because you had the separation of KBC and ADL, and yeah, it was really hard, but we tried our hardest to make it work for both. If you think about it, we're one. Doesn't matter if you're ADL or KBC, you're still together. And when you start bumping heads or not agreeing, then it creates that separation. So that's another good one that you'll have to deal with there, is learning that, because it took a lot of learning and listening and trying to understand. For me, when I got on board, I just said, oh, we got to just sell everything. For me, that was the safest bet. But decisions were made, and that's where we are today. You know, if I think it was day one or maybe second month, I said, we need to sell all this stuff. But it wasn't the right time, as real estate goes up and down. So that was my answer to it, because it was safe in the bank. We could have just left that money in the bank, gaining interest, but it was done. So we had to try to find other ways. So you're always trying to find a way to satisfy everybody, and we never will. We never will. So I think, I don't want to talk too long, but I think that's really important stuff. If you really want to be a counselor, you got to show up. Like now, got to be here, right? You got to make those meetings, because a lot of time we didn't have quorum. It's really hard to make meetings, or even sign like PCRs. We could trying to get $1 million or $2 million. It won't happen if you don't have a quorum. It's really important, so it delays everything. But you guys heard about some of the proposal dollars that were made or brought in? I just want to thank Diane, has done a bunch, and Blanca. So got to say thank you to them. I forget what it was, 13 million. Without that, we'd be in a worse spot. So we got to always look for those monies, wherever they be. And we got to do that for our off reserve, because we hear they're left out. And I feel bad, but there's really nothing you can do unless some miracle happens that we can support all our off reserve, because they're our members. They're just as important as us on reserve. So thank you for listening. I hope it was clear, and there's a lot of challenges, so just be prepared. And it's a really good learning experience. I never knew how to read finances, a lot of things. But I would say to anybody, try it, do it, see. You may not like it, you may enjoy it. Cheers.
I'm here and showing up, and I think Lauren touched on a lot of it, but one of the biggest things is standing together through the thick and thin. All I got to really say simply is I stand here before you, and I've been on this council for, I don't even know how long, because I don't count. I just take it day at a time and do my best. And with all the band chiefs and council I've shared with, we've done nothing but do our best for this community. And we failed at times, and we fell on our face. But we're going to stand together with every decision that was made. I'm not going to go pounce out anybody or say, wah, wah, wah. No. We walk together. I admire the band chiefs in my past that took those chances, took balls to do it. So when you want a chief and council, you want absolute honesty, transparency. And if you have difference in-house, you keep it in-house. That what continuously causes the pain amongst us as we sit in this room is misinformation, gossip. Everybody's gotten hurt in this hall because of that. We want to be better, not bitter. You got something to say to Cheryl Williams, please say it to Cheryl Williams. I will only stand before you to say we did the best and Blanca did the best. And I'd like you to give her a hand, because she's still standing through the storms that we stood together through, and she's stuck with us. So you want the challenge, you step up and challenge. And it's possible. Colin took him 4 years, and he said, I had enough. Not because he has no faith in the community, but it takes a lot of your life and time. And I've basically given my life and time to this community, plus our children. And I'll tell you, the past chief and council is why Gitsan Child, your children and families are getting the best services that we can give. It's because of past chief and council and up to date. They support it. So it's a we game, not a me game. And like I said, people say, oh, all that lot we bought, all that property. It took guts to do that. And you know what? I'm not going to go back on the story, but look at the past 5 years. We went through COVID. 2 years of that was COVID. Each of you, even me at times, is still recovering from COVID. The social behaviors, the social interactions to it. And what I say to, if I should if I should stand again, I will. It's going to be up to you guys, but if it's all new, that's good too. And all I have to say to you folks is, which we would have done if we had the time, but COVID and deaths and everything is coming to this hall if we had major decisions to make. But everything, you guys are all working, hard-working people. There's deadlines to everything. If you snooze, you lose. So we had timelines we had to follow, and so decisions were made. And today is a result of it. And what I say if I don't get on again is for new council, what I would ask for is extending it to the 4-year, because in all the years I've been on this council, I find that the past 2 years were very trying. It was thin ice all the way. But if we had that 2 years, I feel we would have come out okay. Like as a team that's on the team now. But that's not to be, but that's okay. And I think custom election was raised too. I talked to our elder, Bill. He talked to me about it. And so if those are the community wishes, I would say to the new council, a week after you're in, have the actual, what is it called? Kispiox did it. It's a word. What's the fancy word when there's new council in and, No. There's a fancy legal lawyer word for, is it inauguration, or, anyways, that's what I would like for it, and I always would love to have monthly dinners, and what I would love is, when you guys start, do a white sheet around this place. Have people go up there and write their dreams down and say a comment or whatever, negative, positive, whatever, but as a team. So, you asked me the question, I'm answering it, and I need to know if I'm answering the question. I don't know if I'm answering the question. You know, I just found you asked the question, so I just wondered if you were listening to it. I don't know, but anyways, no, that's fair enough. That's fine. But anyways, that's where I stand. I don't know if that answered or where you guys are at, but no, I stand with the team we had for the past 2 years and for all the years I've been on. And I've been so grateful because I got support in my job as an ED for Kids and Child, where the band chiefs back in the day used to send me off to child welfare meetings when child welfare wasn't even a thought at the political table. They didn't even discuss child welfare at those AFN, BFN meetings. But they sent me off. They said, hey, you're the one who knows child welfare, you go do it. And that's why we have the longhouse. That's why we have things for our families. And it's only going to get better with Kids and Child because of you guys, because you talk about, I forget, some people were talking about some sort of services. There's what you call the Jordan's Principle. Everybody can get in on that on and off reserve. So whatever programs we can do together to do on and off reserve, and when you talk Jordan's Principle, you can help any family out there because as long as there's a child in that house or their grandparents that the children come visit grandpa and grandma. So there's lots to do out there, and we can work on that with the on and off. But otherwise, thank you for giving me the opportunity to campaign, vote for me. I'm just kidding. But I'll just be honest about it. It's a big thank you to all of the band chiefs and council to date. I'm just still trying to scratch my head to figure out when I got in. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So the time right now is 8:50, and I have a long list of speakers. So I am not going to take any more speakers, but these are the speakers I do have on. So Raven Williams, Denise Westall, Floyd Johnson, Sadie Harris, Mercy Harris, Bill Blackwater, Tanya Stevens, Toby Gowa, Lorene Wiget, and B. Rabose.
Did we get Raven back on the list?
She's right there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's next.
Hey. Oh, hey, I'll go in order. Yeah.
Gonna come to the front because I feel weird talking to backs and stuff. First of all, I would like to commend the administration staff for all their hard work and dedication. I'd like to commend the chief, Colin Sutherland Wilson, and the counselors that showed up today. Thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication. I know Colin had mentioned about new policy updates that council had worked on. I was wondering if we can be provided copies of that. When I was working at the Gittimax band, I know that Gittimax had started council summit meetings, which I think would benefit not only our people but our surrounding area, so that chief and council can work together so that all of our people in the area can be provided equal services. Because a lot of the times we hear, oh, they're getting this, they're getting that. Why can't we get it? And I think if we hosted and were a part of the council summit meetings, the surrounding chief and council could work together so that everyone could access what everyone else is getting in the surrounding areas, so no one feels like no one's bashing our chief and council saying, well, why did they get it and we can't? Also, with the council summit meetings, we can discuss about the drug dealers. I know a lot of the other communities have started boarding up drug dealing homes, supporting services for treatment, not just kicking them out and saying, you have addiction, go deal with it. And I also wanted to basically request from chief and council a summary of what was worked on, what was in process, and what they had planned for the future, because a lot of them aren't here right now. And I am running for council, and like Lauren said, you gotta really be dedicated, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you gotta have a transparent mind. And no matter if you're doing good or bad, people are still gonna complain. So you just got to show up. You just got to show up and listen to your people and be a voice for people, and that's what I want to do. Once again, I'd like to thank Chief and Council for all their dedication, their time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Raven.
Oh, there's a draw? Okay, maybe while you do the draw, I'll just quickly answer, some of the questions and comments. And, I have to say that the summits that were being hosted in GitMax were an amazing initiative. And Kispiox, we were fortunate to work with GitMax Band and successfully pass multiple resolutions at the provincial and regional scale. And it quickly fizzled out because, it's hard enough to wrangle one council, but then to wrangle multiple between villages. But it's I think there's a lot of potential in that going forward. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so the winner is 562-56050. 050. Going once. Wait, you got a winner back here? You got... Hey, all right, we've got a winner, 050. Congratulations. Thank you, Jimmy. Speech. Okay. Oh, we got more. Okay, I'll try to hustle so we got more time. 034. 034. 034. 034. Oh, we got a winner. Congratulations, Raven. Okay, last one. 006. 006. Hey, all right. Congratulations. Woo! 006 secret agent. Okay, and we got more draws later, so. All right. Denise, you're next on the list.
Hi. I was going through the handouts right at the very beginning before we were eating and that, and I had a series of questions. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I'm on some painkillers. I fell and hurt my knees. So I sort of had a little snooze here on the table. I guess I missed it when Blanca said they're going to have a dedicated one for housing. But I was curious, the sewage thing that was mentioned in the handout, how much, my question, I know you can't answer it now, but later on at the next meeting, how much for the upgrade to cover the new houses that are being planned or community buildings? Also, you're saying we're nearing capacity with the number of houses that are on the system now. Does this also include, I know that the boarded up ones, the unoccupied ones, they're on the system. Are they part of that number that's being used to say we're up to capacity? Also, okay, and then the heat pumps, it was mentioned, are you talking about heat pumps per household cost? I'm wondering what the cost would be, and also insulation, total cost if we did get a heat pump for each house and installing it. So, and the commercial land thing, commercial land inventory. What are the future plans for these properties, and how are they being utilized right now? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise, and I'll pass this list of questions on to our administration, and we'll be definitely going over the transcripts as this is all being live streamed and recorded on YouTube right now to make sure that if we can't get to questions due to time right now, that we will be able to address it either at the next housing meeting or just in general communications with the public. Floyd? Okay.
I just had a few comments and a couple of questions to go along. And I just jotted down a few things. A lot of them are mostly comments, food for thought for you. When I was going through reading along with the handout, I started talking about fire hall equipment upgrades. It was a little vague. With all the money spent on the prescribed burning and things like that, just what exactly did you do for upgrades? Because in my experience, it was always really difficult to get anything new for the fire hall, because there's limited funding. Every once in a while, every few years, me and the boys would sit around put our one little brand new nozzle down on the table, and we'd sit around and look at it all happy. Oh, we got a new nozzle. That's pretty much it. That's how bad it is. That was when Maurice was the fire chief. And he worked hard, and he looked after the finances, him and Jack Wright themselves. And that way we knew they knew exactly what they had and how much they could spend. They weren't kept in the dark. And they were very good at what they did. That's where I learned and everything I know about the fire hall was through Maurice. And to this day, this was years ago, and he got bumped out, and I still disagree with what happened to him. Because I was there, and I watched them lynch him. Now, as well with the equipment upgrades, I'm just wondering what your equipment upgrades are getting geared toward, what kind of type of jobs you're about to undertake. You're going to upgrade some of the equipment. With the upcoming rebid for the road maintenance for our section, I don't want to say too much, but there is an upcoming rebid. They're going to open it for bid. You know, that would be a real opportunity for jobs now, for people, because the contract is not just 1 or 2 years. They go for 5 to 10 years. Once you get it in, once you're in there, and you have room for 10 to 15 people per crew, with many different tasks and jobs, and there's a lot to do. It's not just snow plowing. It's real work, and you know, you can get a return. People can make money, like have a real job. It's not just something that they do for seasonal. and then go on EI. And as far as the board members go, as you can hear, one of our board members up here, one of the ladies speaking, you hear the passion, the words that came from the heart. She cares, that's why. And that's how you have to be if you're going to be a board member, as well as a people person. When you walk into a room and you want to be a leader, you want people to say, so-and-so is here, we're going to be okay. You don't want to be a mean bully and not listen to anybody your way or the highway. You got to be open mind and a good heart. So when you walk in, people are happy. They're not going to go, oh, crap, look, so-and-so's here. You know, that's what will happen if you're not a good person. So just be fair and you know, if you're going to get in there, fine, wish you all the best. But that's how it is. It takes a lot. I went on to the school board at one time, and just my luck, I got on school board when it was super busy. They were hiring and all these things, new teachers were leaving, new staff was coming in. There was some really tough decisions, just like it was brought up. You know, you go home, you can't even relax. Your mind's going 100 miles an hour. What you've decided on is affecting somebody. And it does come back at you at times. Because I had people get after me and ask me why I did that. But I kept, you gotta, even though that happens to you, keep professional. How it's all of it. You don't get angry and you don't shut them down. You just stand there and listen. It was one of the most difficult times, and I was so happy to get on the board, and then I almost regret being on there after about halfway through my term. I said, holy smokes. But I got through it thanks to the other board members that were on there. Like some of them are here now. My friend, you know, learned a lot just listening. And as far as that board, being on a board member, it's good to be yourself. You don't vote because somebody else is voting this way. You don't be anybody's puppet. You weigh the pros and cons yourself and see which way you think is going to be best. Just the last couple of points here. In the past, we've had tables at the front, and that's where the band leaders and chief and council sat in order to be together and help each other answer any questions that were brought up. Just a show of unity. Last but not least, it'd be nice if we could get the PA fixed. We always have trouble with it when there's something going on, something always goes wrong with it. I don't know why it's like that. It was good at one point, it broke down, and then was never the same after that. As you can hear, it's a little muffled because you talk like this and then you can't hear, I can't understand what people are saying. Yeah, if you talk too loud and put your mouth right on the mic, it's going to start to get muffled, or it's going to cut out altogether. It's got 3 or 4 mics. It shouldn't. One should work. They should all work, not one at a time. Anyway, that's something to consider because it's always that way. It's really difficult to hear some people speak. It's not easy to speak in public, and then you have a lousy PA system. It really bugs the hell out of me. But anyway, those are just some of the things I wanted to say and bring up. Good luck to the future board, chief and council, and I wish you all the best. And thank you to the band office and for everything you've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Floyd.
I'll be speaking in your ear. Dag sit nesum lori dag, some lach huyas, amayuxa tun, amul gaul helt bagut. I have questions, but I just want yes or no to them. And because it takes too long when you have real long answers. Are there any plans for an updated list for our candidates to go be delivered house to house? We cannot make instant decisions when we come to vote. We need to think about them. So that would be good. And is there any plans to have a fire chief in place? I'm asking this because I'm having trouble with house insurance every year. It's doubled because we do not have a fire chief in place. And I'm told that one of the Combs boys willing to come out and train guys that are willing in each community. So October is coming around again, and my goodness, it's quite hefty for me anyway to pay the house insurance. So it would really help if we get on our, I don't know, hire somebody. That person has to be paid. A fire chief has to be paid. Otherwise, it'll be empty over there most of the days. Another question, when was the policy changed that allows staff to run as councillors? I've been on a lot of executive chair table, and it's never been like that. Why is it allowed here? When was it? And the councillors must have passed this one, because that's a serious one to have, eh? I'm not talking about against anybody that's running, but it seems funny to me that staff will also be governing themselves. The next one is, it mentions gave some information about changes to the Indian Act. I didn't think anybody could do that. And it had to do with the election. Is Kispiox planning to go on a custom election system? That means each council member will have to have a portfolio, and they would have to report to work every day. That was according to a lady that was on the custom election system in Pemberton. So is that what Kispiox is after? If it's a 4-year term. And are there any plans to tidy up that whole front? Look at all the wires that are hanging. I've whispered to a lot of councillors already, but nothing is done. It's not, doesn't look good with that beautiful panel. We need to tidy it up. Lauren. And one more. I think a little too much information was given to us tonight. And it's hard to take it all in, especially, I don't know if you guys can hear me clearly, but I couldn't. Floyd came up with a beautiful idea there, to have all the councillors do the answering, because they're the ones that make the policies on the table. They're the ones that do the BCRs. They should be the ones that answer the questions. Ordelijk, doorzetnism.
When it comes to the policy-oriented questions, I can definitely help with the answers. And, you know, when we were talking about the Indian Act and the election, there is a template election act that, in theory, council could just initiate a BCR and transition to, it's all just outlined by ISK, very, you know, straightforward 4-year term. And it doesn't even require a community referendum. But at the same time, we know that previous councils have invested quite a bit of time and money into a custom election code, which would require a referendum by the community and to be reviewed and approved. So there's two avenues. That's so short answer, I think, is yes. But then for the operational stuff, I'll hand it over to Blanca. So I think just about the fire department. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Thank you. About the fire department, we are, of course, well aware and for many years about the minimum functioning of our fire department and fire hall. Process to get the fire hall fully certified is quite huge, and it all goes down. It's not funded by Government of Canada. We are receiving $46,000 a year for full all fire protection of the village, which means private houses, band office buildings, infrastructure, wildfire, only $46,000.
Hold it away from your mouth.
Okay, thank you. Okay, still learning it. So it's every most problems boil down to basically money, funding. Government doesn't recognize the needs. Even, of course, fire chief has to be paid, but again, where the money will be coming from? Band is unfortunately 100% dependent on government funding so far. Once we will enter into 10 years grant, then we will be able to generate some interest income, probably about $150,000 a year that we could use maybe for the fire hall. But currently, again, the band has no money. In terms of policies, since the band entered into financial law process to be financial certified, which is very beneficial and needed. With that step, the new policies are coming, adopted in February 2023. Governance policy doesn't restrict running for the elected officials as far as there is no personal conflict of interest. If the new chief and council and membership agreement would agree, the band can adopt the election code when the rules can be changed, who can run, what is the nomination process, if there is any fee, and extend the period for 4 years. But that would be changed under election code, would have to go through BCR and submitted to ISK. But currently, Indian Act doesn't restrict who can run. There is no any article about employee or non-employee, as the same as the current government policy. That financial law was developed by First Nation Financial Management Board, and with focus on technical competency, which is required from council to manage all the political and economic landscape of Canada. Of course, there is huge traditional and cultural knowledge, but the technical knowledge is very much needed. Negotiate agreements, impact benefit agreements, jurisdiction, healthcare, it's all government level negotiations. And the staff is usually most exposed to that knowledge. So that's probably the reason there is no restriction that some council could be even the staff who has that technical knowledge and can help the rest of the council table with orientation within the problems. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Mercy Harris.
Hello, my name is Mercy Harris. How's that? Well, that's pretty awkward because I've worked for the band for 20 years and I'm a current candidate running for council. So I'd just like to say, yeah, working for 20 years for the council, for the band office takes commitment. That's what I have. I've lived here all my life. Kispiox is my home. My family's here, and I'm not going anywhere. But I do have one question. So I saw in the presentation that ADL, Kispiox Development Limited, was the purchaser of our assets, made the purchaser. So I'd like to know, are our assets protected? If so, how? And if not, why? That's all I have. Thank you. And big respect to all the council and chief. It takes a lot of guts and a lot of courage to do this. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great question, Mercy, because at the end of the day, ADL falls under a separate governance structure from the Kispiox band. So what assurances do you as band members have that, you know, our assets are safe? And so we do have BCRs, we do have resolutions and different tools in place to ensure that Kispiox, that, you know, for example, that the real estate just can't be sold and, you know, done willy-nilly with by the ADL. So when it comes to the physical assets, there are protections in place, and I think we can probably share some of that policy that's been developed at the ADL AGM, because that was a part of some of the shareholder side work that council was supporting with the ADL development. And I guess we have a 009. 009. 009. Okay, we have no 009 going once, going twice. Bill's just checking. All right, 3. Oh, you got 009. Hey! Hey, congratulations. Woo, down to the wire. So next winner is 057. 057. Going once. Going twice. Is that a real bingo? Oh, 057, Tanya. Hey, congratulations. Zero, 2, 8. 028. Oh, hey, in the back. Looks like we got 028. Congratulations. Oh, and we got another 031. 031. 031. I heard a bingo, a silent bingo in the back. Oh, it's going once, unless I see a hand waving in the air. Going twice for 031. Oh, hey, Jonathan, 031. Congratulations. 020. 020. 020. Hey, we got a bingo. Congratulations. Okay. Oh, so for the grand prizes, you actually have to yell out bingo. Okay, we got 2 grand prizes. And you have to yell bingo to get them. 0, 0, 0. Hey! In the back. 000. And we got one more. I've never seen a 000 before. Okay. Last grand prize. 0, 6, 7. 0, 6, 7. I'm not hearing any bingos. Going once. Going twice. On to the next one. Did we have a bingo? I got to hear a loud bingo there, Auntie. Okay, okay. Hamia, all right. Bill Blackwater. Hey. Here's Samoygan.
Wow, says Soolers. I simgigat sigina mahanak. Simgita gui. The sale some new candidates can qualquernest kan sa dumula manal Alex kalimksat and you kalansam you kalanam I like to kind of just point out what are we going to do, what is going to happen, and where are we going. And it's called risk review. That language of Kitsan from the land that I just used to begin with, that is an unwritten code of law. Our law. Kitsanamach. Lachib. That's what it is. And that means we know exactly who we are and where we come from and what is happening. A pressure comes upon the Aboriginal people, Indigenous people, including Gitsan in Canada, right from the beginning. And that has to be reviewed. Risk review. We don't make a quick decision just because it sounds good coming from the Department of Indian Affairs or coming from some representative that represents Bank of Canada or whatever the case may be. We have to be very, very sure to know where we're going because we already know who we are. The people, the councillors were expressing some that they have in their mind, kind of bothers them. You are a good son. You're not a counselor. That's the job for a volunteer. It's a volunteer job, and when you do it, you do the best you can. You're taking risks as well. Right now, this very minute, the Kispiox Reserve, 18,000 people, Kitsan, all told of Kitsan, 18,000, are under risk because the Kitsan Nation owes $12 million. And we've got to be very, very sure where that money is coming from. Who's going to pay for it? Because if we miss a payment, we don't make a payment, here's a book that every counselor should have and read and know exactly what it's all about. This is a default third management book that tells you what it does to you. Kidwingar, been under third management for 17 years, and they'll never ever get out of it. They're now just salt them in, just now. They're just finished. After 4 years, they finished building that high school. Now they're going to go to high school. They're not going to be bussed out anymore. And that's because they're under the third party. Consultant. Professional consultant is looking after it. And the government doesn't care how much money they spent. They spent millions of dollars. They pay its councillor-in-chief $18,000 a year plus $17,000 for travel. And that's what they pay those people. Within the community. They're not going nowhere. They're not getting any housing. They're not getting nothing. So we got to be careful. We got to be so careful. You owe $12 million right now. And dangerous it is, very dangerous, to be under a third party. Then comes another one. ISTIC, Indigenous Service Canada. That's the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development put in place right here in BC, in Vancouver. That's allocating dollars to the reserves now. I don't know how much Kispiox owes. They owe way more money than we do. A lot more. You should see up top of the hill there what they're building up there. And this all comes through the bank, contractors. They're all making big money on it. We should not owe any more, nothing. We shouldn't owe any money at all in order to be free and happy ever after. We should run our community like the municipality. Apply for the money, and when you get it, you build whatever you want to build. And on a reserve, our people shouldn't be paying rents. They got somewhere to live. They're going to live on their own land. Because that's what the Indian Act says. They put these administration on reserves called infrastructure. They make sure that you get what you need to have, and that's running water, roads, plowed roads, and what have you, and houses. I'm sorry I had to wait till just about morning to say this, but I'm glad that I have stayed. You know, I'm not too strong anymore. I'll tell you my age. I'm 92.6. So, thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much. And thank you for the gift card. A whole $50. I can buy a lot of meatballs with this. Thank you. Oh, you don't have to answer this.
Thank you much. Thank you very much. I must be getting tired. Thank you much. Thank you very much for your comments, Samoyed. And maybe in my closing remarks, I'll definitely follow up on some of what you mentioned, you know, even respect to where I'm going to be, what I'm going to be doing going forward. And a lot of that work is moving beyond the Indian Act, or at least my attempts to do so. Okay. So Tanya and then Toby.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to first commend the everyone that makes things happen in this community, from making the decisions to applying for grants, anything like that, you know, all that kind of stuff takes a lot of commitment and devotion from people who care about their people. And I really want to thank you all for that. I got nominated for council this year. I left my name standing, hoping maybe to get a few votes. But, you know, I'm always, my number one, okay, wait, I'm just getting a little nervous. Sorry, guys, a little bit. I just know how much goes into and the commitment you have to put in order to do best for your people. I watched as my husband put in numerous hours at meetings, and they were long, you know. He was always telling me, I have to make it, Tanya, I have to make it. As sick as he was, he had to make it to those meetings for our people. And so I know when people run, they must want to do the best for their people, and things have to make hard decisions, like everybody said. I just mainly have a general comment on, I see, you know, council's purchasing a lot of things and whatever, but you know, all of that is for our people. We have to realize that in ways when it was brought to them, they made the decision that they thought was best for us. And I see that. I just want to say, and with all that, I have a question about space for our people to gather. And Blanca knows I have asked her numerous times. I have went to her with my concerns, and she answers my questions, but I just want to ask, have you guys ever thought of creating a space where we can just get together without having to pay or without having anything? We don't have to have anything. People do come together and bring their thoughts together, bring their food together and cook together, whatever we need to do to heal and to get together, so we have space, safe places for people that are on healing journeys. And a lot of us are, and there's a lot of us suffering. A lot of our people need things like this. And I know most of this stuff is about money, but I just wish that we can create spaces like this for our people so they could come together and, you know, getting together, form friendships that turn into family. And they'll have a sense of belonging, and maybe it might not feel like they're alone. Our youth and our people mean a lot to me. And that is one of the things that I will not stop talking about. They need more things to do. Not free things. We don't need to be given free stuff. We just need to do things together. And to that, we need to form safe spaces for people. And that's what I wanted to ask, if that was ever brought up, or if you guys ever think about that. Or, you know, I saw in one community they even had just a modular home that they turned into a space for elders to go and have tea, sit, talk. And this is one thing that is a dream of mine. I really want this for our people, because that could heal somebody in ways you don't even know. Again, I just want to thank everybody. Love and prayers to everybody here, everybody that couldn't make it. So I know more people probably wanted to be here, but like I said, safe spaces is a thing that you need. And I think COVID brought us to a hard place, and that's why a lot of people don't get out anymore. And we need to try to get that back, community togetherness. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tanya. I guess in respect to, your question, I think that's something that is definitely needed, and it will definitely be up to our next council to expand that statement, to expand that vision. It's because, as I mentioned before, when you look at the finances, you could see that we were operating without our surplus for quite a long time, and it became very difficult to do the above and beyond extra stuff. But I'm just, I'm hopeful that with the foundation, the controls, everything that's been laid, that, everyone who picks up that torch will have that space for creativity and innovation. So I thank you again, Tanya, and yeah, I'll definitely, when we do our closing comments, I do want to, say something about a very special person, which is Lance, because he was a very big part of this council and is dearly missed. But I'll save that for the closing remarks. Thank you. So Toby.
Thank you, for Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. And just been my heart for a long time, for many years, and want to bring this to the table to the councils. And I just want to see drugs and alcohol want to be pushed off the reserve. There are lots of young people out there doing drugs. They never know what they're going to put in the drugs. They're killing them. Even alcohol is poison to our young people. Hurts me when I see them doing things. They want. I don't know if it's been put to the table of council, but this issue in Kispiox. You want to see change. It's time for councillors to step up and get it off. Even that cannabis, and then because Newtown, I don't know where, that's where they get them. It has to stop. It hurts me when I see young people on our streets outside talking up. I want to see change in Kispiox, and thanks to all the councillors that have done the good job in Kispiox. And Blanca, she did a great job ever since you got on. My hat's off to you, and keep it up. And let's work with council and work together, not go against each other. And I've been off alcohol for 26 years now, and it feels good to live a good, clean life. And it's a good example to the young people. And I just want to see change within their lives, and we don't have too many elders in our community, and hats off to Cyril, that's setting up for a thing for them last month over there at Lalu, Kispiox, and setting up the meetings, and I want to see change in Kispiox and get something going for the young people. Sports activities, You don't see that now. And they're doing a great job renovating the hall, fixing it up. And it's, I'm happy to be here tonight to see and discussing about the finances and all that, and the auditing. There's no audited from last year and this year. That was like 2 years ago, and they didn't update it as of now. The finances, where they're at, and just I want to recommend to the new council, and good luck to the new councillors. I love the community of Kispiox. I grew up in Kispiox, and I was just born and raised in Kispiox, and so much stuff happening, and I want to one of the things when there's a memorial and funeral, and my dad will always say, but you take your hats off. Show respect to the grieving family, and just need to start it up, and everything has to be shut down in community. Every activity when there's death in the community, and a coffin in the community, everything has to be shut down. No activities, no bingos, nothing, no dances. Everything was canceled when I was a growing-up kid. We closed all the blinds. Yes, I want to see things change in Kispiox. And everyone should encourage every one of you to pray for our community. Even if you don't go to church, you want to see change, things change, pray. God hears our prayers. He knows our heart. I love each and every one of you. Thank you.
Semigiget, Sigidam Hanak, Kanlkuba Wilsa, Ella Jimuxwa, Wilps Luz, Wilsawitwi, Lakabu Padagi. What I want to share is not a personal attack on anybody by any means. I bring this up to share so that everybody in the community will feel safe and be able to share. Be open, be honest. By the way, I'm not running for council, just to clarify. I declined because I want to work on my own personal health, and I'm not committed to sit with the council. The first thing I want to ask is, why is there only an interim audit and not an actual audit for the last 2 years? You know, it was explained to me, in conversation that what we went and we listened to, presented by Blanca, was that all those numbers can be changed like Wikipedia It can be changed. You know, there's such a discrepancy, you know, with what's being spent and what's, you know, being moved over here and into this project and this department. You know, all I just want is, you know, information. Is it possible to get a copy of the 22 audit? And yeah, just, I know your background is in finance, so I don't understand why we don't have an actual audit. Maybe I just missed it when it was explained. I don't know. And again, this is not a personal attack on anybody. No previous chief and council, nobody. When you did your presentation for the interim audit, where was the chief and council honorarium, travel and expenses? I know that on the last AGM 2 years ago, just before the election, that was splattered all over the report. And nobody was there to explain. My sister was discredited because all the COVID dollars went through her account from Gitsan Child and Family. I asked her, I said, how come you got so much more? I said, and everybody just had their little honorariums. And she said she didn't want it done that way, but she goes, why did Blanca not explain that, how they proceeded, you know, putting the money through her account? It made it look like my sister got rich being on chief and council. She's a teacher. She doesn't even need no honorariums. You know, but the work that she puts in, you know, as a counselor, she deserves it just like everybody else, but not the judgment, making it look like, you know, she was there getting rich as a counselor. And when will there be an actual AGM? You know, I find it hard not to take personal. You know, my nephew was the chief 2 years ago, and everybody made it seem as if, you know, he was getting rich off of being chief. He had a very thriving, successful business. He didn't need anything from chief and council. He just wanted what was best for the community of Kispiox. And he had the knowledge. And he still has the knowledge because his business is still doing very well. So I hope, you know, next week when you go to the polls and you mark your X, that you will consider my sister Gwen to sit as counsel, as well as my nephew Cam to sit as counsel. My sister is traveling home from doing a heart change battery in her from Kelowna, so she couldn't be here. I was disappointed, you know, that she couldn't make it home. But I feel, you know, that there's so much potential. So much potential. I guess my last point would be what was brought up by Sadie Harris. Why do we have people who are employed and also sit on council? It is, everybody says, oh, well, you know, when I go in there, you know, and if it's something that I can, you know, have to step away from, you know, I'll step away from it. It's still perceived as conflict of interest. It's an ethical thing. It's not okay. And like I said, you know, this is nothing personal to anyone, but it's not okay. My last question is about the prevention dollars. We have a woman in there right now in charge of $1 million+ and she's not accountable to anybody. She's not even a band member. She's been making decisions on our behalf, spending money, and nobody's even questioning it. Yeah, we get a bag of seaweed once a year. Why are we allowing this? I feel there needs to be a committee formed, and we decide as the membership, 532, to see where that money goes, where it is spent. Not one person who has whatever education she has and deciding whatever she wants to spend it on. You know, kids program, who's the highest paid? Her daughter. We have our own people in our community that can do the job that she's doing. We really need to just I don't even know what the word is, but we just need to just quit settling. You know, I try to approach that lady, you know, when she's in the office, and I get there by 3:30, 20 after 3. Oh, she's gone for the day. I try to catch her in the morning. Oh, she's not in. It's 10 after 10 and she's not in. Wow, nice cushiony job. I'm really glad, you know, that Christine Wilson, you know, took the cultural position. I've never seen so many good programs coming in, you know, from Cedar Hat to, you know, the art form, the loom making, stuff I've never done before. And the classes fill up so fast. And then that's when we can get together, whoever is in those classes, we get together and we're talking amongst each other. We're connecting with each other. We're showing each other, you know, what we've made. I want to ask the people who are running for council, how many successful proposals have you wrote? And how much will you be committed to write proposals? Because all I've been hearing is, you know, the only money we get is from ISK. I've heard Sadie's concern again, you know, about the housing insurance. I don't even want to find out how much my insurance is going to be on my house. So I can't even imagine, you know, being an elder and trying to come up with, you know, $2,000 to get your house insured because we don't have a fire chief. And the food, by the way, tomato is not a good thing on my tummy. You know, I'm not being picky, but I would have loved to try some sockeye or spring huggle jam, you know, fish and rice, because it's that time of the year. Lasagna, it just doesn't agree with my tummy. And I'm just young. I can't even imagine, you know, how some of our elders feel. I know I heard a lot about it not being the best choice. And again, you guys aren't going to know if I don't speak up. And I'm not picking on Brad. I'm just saying, you know, we got to consider other people when it comes to feeding our people, especially our elders. I'm really glad to see, you know, the turnout here tonight. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you who took the mic and spoke and shared what you had to share. But most of all, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for listening to me speak from my heart. Just like I heard, you know, Kispiox is my home. I came in late last night. It was the first time in I don't know how many months I was able to wake up and remember my dream, because I was sleeping in my own bed, in my village, in our territory. So I'm a very, very loyal 532, and I'm not going to ever stop being 532. With that, I say all my relations, which means that everything that I've said, all of my ancestors have witnessed what I had to share. And I concluded with aho. Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you to all the people that came tonight and stayed to the end. The ones that have been nominated should be sitting here and listening to what the people are wanting. The first thing I would like to bring up is Halliday Ranch. This is just a little simple question, but I have something to add to it. Is this reserve land? Okay, that settles that part. So that means you guys are paying taxes, property tax on it. And I would like to add something to what Tanya said tonight. I would like, seeing that the Halliday Ranch, there's a possibility of a healing center, and we really need one around here. One of the things that I see are people that have gone to treatment centers. They have nowhere to go. So if the people that are running, that have been nominated, think about it and maybe bring it, at the forefront. And then I have other little questions. I'm going to skip a few of them because their property taxes aren't that important to me because I know what they are. One of the things that I wanted to find out was about the AGM. We haven't had one for a very long time. Now, the AGM brings the audit report. Seeing that we haven't had one for a long time, does that put us at risk for third party? And the Election Act, I just wanted to go over it. I won't be very long. I'm just trying to be organized here. I'm going to read it. In progress, community engagement sessions planned to commence in October 2025. Certain parts of the Indian Act election will be replaced by the membership approved Election Act. And then it says no referendum required. So how are we going to have the membership approve this? Is it going to be at a meeting? My preference is a referendum myself. Property tax. And I wanted to know what loyalty cards meant. It's in the economic development. What does that mean? Another question I have is, what is the capital project? And that was in the financial report, I think. Let me look. I just wanted to know what that was, so I'm not going to waste my time on looking for it. And I would really like to say a few things to the chief and council. And this is praising them for having the sixplexes up, because we have such a lot of shortage of houses for our members, and I really appreciate that, and the modular homes. And the job that has been done in this hall, it's just beautiful. I've heard a lot of positive comments about it. And I see the community, it's looking nicer all the time, and I really appreciate that. It takes a lot of work, and it's not all negative things about chief and council. You have to remember that it takes a lot of thought, and there's no sense in criticizing people. We're not going to get anywhere by criticizing. If you're going to criticize, put something forward that's going to be of help instead of that. And I wanted to also say that one of the things that I really would like to see, and probably this is for the health station, is parenting for young families and young moms. We really need that here. And one of the little complaints I have is the water pressure. The water hardly runs out of my tap. I mean, it runs, and I'm sure everybody has the same problem. And another thing that maybe the next election, I'd like to see a debate before election, before we do our elections. And that's all I have to say, and I thank everybody for listening, and I appreciate everything in this community, because I lived off reserve for a long time. And I just have to share this one little thing. After I moved home, there was a knock on my door, and I never expected it. I didn't know about the hampers they were giving away at Christmas time, And I got that, and I was just flabbergasted. I just never, ever thought that I'd see something like that. And because I'm an elder now and I'm on pension, anything that helps us is well appreciated, because I talk to other elders and they feel this, some of them feel the same way as I do. And I thank you tonight, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. I'll definitely address what you brought up, as well as Lorene, since there's some overlap in my closing remarks. Yeah. All right. Is that the last one? Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Name's Tom Morgan. Everybody knows me. I don't have real questions. The last one will be a question, but I want to start by saying thank you to the board, because the last couple of years, I'm off reserve, and I've been off reserve since I was probably 19, 20 years old. And throughout all those years of being off reserve, I literally got nothing from Kispiox. And over the years, I hear about the grills that the homeowners were getting, all these huge hampers that everybody was getting, and we're sitting in the city struggling, trying to make it by, and nothing. But the last couple of years, got a shock. Christmas time comes around, all of a sudden there's $100 in my account. I have no idea where that came from, you know. And then my two sons, one of them received $100 because the band office had his information. The other one didn't. So I phoned the band office. It took me a little bit to figure out where it came from. So you know what? We received a Christmas present from the Kispiox band office, and I really appreciated that. It was a very nice gesture, because nowadays $100 doesn't go very far, but you know what? It helped us out at Christmas. So thank you, Kispiox band. And then I want to reflect on what Lauren was talking about earlier. Not being able to make quorum, especially when it comes time to make big decisions that's going to benefit for the people, benefit us, benefit you. And when the board doesn't show up and they know what's on the agenda, what is really happening? Is the board being sabotaged? Right? They can't do anything. They can't do anything to help you. They can't do anything to help me. So that brings me back to when I was a lot younger here in the village still. And I remember hearing things about misappropriation of funds. I remember hearing things about money going missing. The reality of the fact that in the history of the band offices, the funding comes from the federal government, and the federal government will only give you a percentage of what you need. It will never give you what you need. And then, so that's called the fiduciary responsibility of the federal government. It's their responsibility to take care of us, and the meaning of fiduciary responsibility is we, as a people, doesn't matter how old you are, we are still a ward of the government. We're the orphan children. Right? So that's where we are today, simply because legislation hasn't changed. You've got all of this talk from the government saying we want to do reconciliation. Reconciliation is nice in a way that we are receiving a little bit more money to do something in our health care, to do something in our mental, to do something for our children. But they're not changing the legislation. They're still keeping us as a ward of the court, or basically children of the government. They're keeping us there without changing that. So when you talk about how much money we're receiving, we get back to that they'll only give you maybe 60 to 70% of what you need. And out of that 60 to 70%, the band office has to turn around and say, who are we going to help? There's 30 families that is asking for this kind of help, and it's going to cost, say, $75,000. That's just a low number. But when you get that number to the government, they'll give you 50. They'll give you 45. And then the board has to figure out how to make all those families get something good out of that when there's no money. So the misappropriation of funds starts coming out, and people start getting blamed for moving money from this amount of money, which isn't being spent as fast as this side. See, the band office gets your basic needs. And then as the band office gets your basic needs, new needs come along. All of a sudden, when you think of housing, you have to do a full application. You have to do a full cost. You have to do a full rundown of how much wages it's going to be, how much material it's going to be. And then by the time all that application's done, people find out, oh yeah, we received $350,000 in housing. But that's all going to the applicants that have succeeded. And yet there's other people that have their hot water tank break down or something else break down. And they say, oh yeah, the band office has all this money. We can ask them for it. No, you can't. Because that money's already allocated. So the new needs is something that really hurts the council. That's why so many council members have people pointing fingers at them, because the money has to come from somewhere, and it has to go to people that need it. And then it's just difficult. And then, so I like the idea of your comments earlier about the investments, and because I see where that was going to go, just from my point of view. I may not understand what the people that did the investments' goals were, but in my mind, I can see what it was done for. There's all the shortfalls in the money that's sitting in the band office for all the different programs. That investment money is what can be used for all those little things that isn't allocated. Right? And I like the fact that he said that it's possible that so many investments done at one time actually hurt more than it helped. Right? So I think that he was right too. You didn't need to invest as much. You needed to succeed at one in order to move on. And then, so that's why I really enjoyed listening to what he said. I also liked listening to what Billy said, because they're kind of in the same line. Same concept, same ideas. And so I served on the Victoria Native Friendship Center board. That's how I got to figure out different things about a Society Act. I went to my first year, and I moved, but I went to my first year for Aboriginal governments. And that's how I learned about fiduciary responsibility. And I went to Prince George because we needed to change. We were struggling in Victoria. And then I decided, you know what, living here in Prince George actually hurt my education. So I said, okay, let's move back. So we did. Got back to Victoria, went right back to the university, and then I found out that the whole program was moved up to Prince George. Go figure, right? But, you know, it gives me a bit of understanding of what the board goes through. You know, and it's not an easy job. And I like the fact that he stood up and said, well, you know, if you want to be part of this board, you better make sure that you're here. Or you better make sure that you're at the meeting. You know, things like that. So, and it's the investments, where you're supposed to get surplus from your investment, because that investment is designed to make money. And if you don't, if you do what has been done, which is just throw a whole shitload of money out there and then hope for returns to come, then you're going to fail. But what I was thinking about is, like, my question can't be really answered because the investment money and the positive returns that we're supposed to get from those investment monies is supposed to go to things that, like my question, which is going to be about the church. I know that we need, they bought the windows, they've got donations sent in from the churches in Terrace. And then no money from the Kispiox Church Pentecostal had actually gone into buying any of the materials. It didn't buy any of the windows that are all sitting in the church right now. And my question would have been, had the investment succeeded and there was a surplus of money that can be invested into something like the church, would be not to just change the window. If you've been into the church lately, you would see it looks exactly the same as it did 40 years ago. And it needs a renovation. A big one. Well, it doesn't have to be big. You just put a gyprock on the wall, put gyprock on the ceiling, paint it a nice color, put some rugs on the floor, put a nice banister up on the stage. That's the renovation. But because there's no money, I can sit here and say, you know what, Kispiox Band Office should pay for that renovation. But the reality of knowing how a board works, the reality of knowing how council works, and the reality of knowing where the money comes from, there's no money for that, really, unless you take from this program to go put into the church. Right? So you're still, 2025, still misappropriating funds to get something accomplished that has no funding. So I guess now that I answered my own question, I would like the new board that's coming in, whoever makes it into that circle and is able to make decisions, to sit down and really have a discussion about upgrading the church. Finding out where you can get that money without taking from this program. Because that's the reality of fiduciary responsibility. All that money is always accounted for. So that's basically what I wanted to say. It sure feels good to actually stand in front of my community, to actually say something that could mean something. Because I've only been home, I finally decided to move home. And I've only been home for 5 weeks, 5 weeks. So coming to this tonight and listening to what everybody had to say, I was able to understand who was saying what and what they were saying. Simply because of what I had for my background. Right? And knowing that there's no money. There is money in there, but it's all going to different programs. That's the reality. So I hope that the new board that comes in really takes a serious look at making our church look beautiful. And it won't take much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know Floyd said he just wanted to share something very briefly, but then afterwards I'll jump into closing remarks and do my best to answer all the questions.
Thank you, Colin. I appreciate your allowing me to just a couple of points for you, maybe an idea. I was sitting here thinking about the maybe having a designated meeting for the open floor to allow people to bring their questions and concerns forward. You know, a meeting where you could just open the floor at the beginning. As you can see tonight, how long it ran as soon as the mic was open for Q&A. There are many concerns from many different people, and it always runs a little long. And another point is the housing meetings. One of the biggest concerns for many of our community members is housing. We always hear at the specific here we should have a specific meeting about housing, and then it doesn't happen. Toward the end of any meeting, we always hear some of the leaders say, well, maybe we should put up a meeting where it's just about housing. And then nothing happens with it after that. But anyway, that was an idea for you, just to open the floor like right away, no agenda, just let the people speak, let them bring their concerns, questions and concerns and their ideas, not only their grievances, but their ideas as well forward. Just give them the time to do that. As you could see there, how long we went already. Allow the people to speak.
Okay, no more door prizes, so you can run out if you're tired of hearing me talk. But do jag sinasam? Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So before our Chief Colin does his closing remarks, I just want to do a small recap of everything that happened today, this evening, and all the presentations. So with the financials, we heard the up to March 2023, but we also heard in a couple of weeks we should have that full audit. And then we also heard that 23-24, 24-25 audits should be done by the end of this year. So we look forward to a lot of financials to come through for Kispiox. And the document. So as stated earlier, there's a lot of information in here. And everybody's right, there was a lot of information presented, but we're lucky to have this document. So if you're able to go back and review it, and if you have any questions or concerns regarding the document or the commitments that have been made by the Chief and Council and the administration, please send an email to Blanca. She'll be happy to respond to you. I just want to acknowledge too all of the work that the Chief and Council have done over the past 2 years, and also acknowledge the work that was done by previous councils, because we're here today because of all of them. Also want to acknowledge the administration, all of their hard work. Blanca, I'm not new to administration. I've been an executive director for a few different bands throughout BC, so I know some of the challenges, and I know a lot of the expectations of some of our members. And when a decision is made, there is more than likely 3 different outcomes that come from the people after they hear the decision. Some are very happy, some are really not happy, and others just don't mind because it didn't affect them. So that's one of the biggest things that our Chief and Council really have to take into consideration, is really making the least impact, because every decision is going to make an impact, the least negative impact on our members. We just cannot make everybody happy. So we need to make the best decisions that are going to be in the best interest of our community. And I really want to thank you all too, all of your questions. You've sat through a long night, a long evening, and I really enjoyed hearing the questions, the concerns, and also some of the responses that came back. And I just want to wish the candidates for all the best, and wish them luck. Wish whoever the new council is going to be really good luck. And yeah, and I thank you guys for asking me to be MC. I mean, I appreciate it. Hamea.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandra. And, it's been so nice to have you here, because usually I end up emceeing a lot, so I almost took over again at the end. Yeah, thank you all for just being. But thank you. I know it's been a long night, and we've gone quite a bit into overtime. But as long as you are all willing to be here as the community, then I'm willing to be here and to listen and to field the questions. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming out. Leading up to this, I think we heard some good concerns that, this isn't a full audited statement. And you're 100% right. And I did mention before, please take these home. Hold on to them for when the audited statements come out. You can compare them and then, determine whether we're full of guts or not. So that's a little piece of accountability that you could do right there. And we had a choice leading up to this, because we've been pushing for these audits, and there's been complication after complication, and we shared as much of the context as we could. Going into the next election, we could have just chosen to wait for the next council to do the AGM once the audited statement came out. But we really, really, really insisted that, at least while we're still on council, and for many of the councillors like myself who won't be on the next council, we did want to create this space to share all the information we had available, just so we have an easier movement into this transition into the new council, into the new direction, however you want to call it. And yeah, and I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's been a part of the past few years. I see Lorraine, you got your hand up. Yeah, I'm still going to say something. So, yeah, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's been a part of this journey for the past 4 years, and especially Lance was, I would consider, one of the people I was closest to on the council. You know, one of the reasons I even decided to run and to be in the role of chief councillor, that was, you know, largely Lance. That was the one who pushed me towards that. Because I think many of us thought, you know, Lance was obviously much better suited to be chief councillor. And so we had those discussions, and that was all leading up to the last election. And when we lost Lance, that left a huge void on our table. And we lost him halfway through the term. And I can't even describe the emotional toll, the vacuum, and because he definitely was a staple for community, but also, you know, for me as someone learning in this role as a young person who, you know, really doesn't receive much guidance, which is a whole other thing I can get into. You know, Lance was my anchor. So I just really, really have to acknowledge that. And you know, he often told me, even in his last days when we were visiting him, that, you know, a lot of this work was the hardest work you can do in the world. And I know it wasn't easy, but I know he had a lot of strength to show up in the way that he did and to always be there for this village. So there's, I know, so much I could say, you know, being from the perspective of a younger person jumping into a counselor type role and, you know, really grappling with what I would say is the pre-existing cultures of, you know, whether it's governance or the habits, you know, working with, you know, the generations older than myself. And you know, I really don't want to keep you here all night because I could write a whole book just on my thoughts. But I'll just say, like, I saw a lot that was hurtful, a lot that was very difficult, but at the same time, you know, I did learn that regardless of our differences, even on council, we had to stand together. Sorry, Sadie. So, you know, just one last quick word for the next council. You know, you can butt heads, you can have differences, and that's really important for the outcome. You know, at the end of the day, like, we have to stand together. We're one village in a very tiny village, in a relatively small people, you know, in a isolated language and culture in this big planet. So we're all we got. And I know we tend to fight with each other a lot, and we tend to have, you know, a lot of passion, you know, about how we believe things should work. But I think that's important. But, you know, figuring out how to mediate, figuring out how to lift people up, especially in these positions. And so that's where I'm going to be focusing my energy in the next, you know, this next phase of my life, in the grassroots, working with the youth, learning the language, getting out to the land, being a better father for my daughter. You know, those are all things that are important to me. So, and I'm, like I mentioned to someone else, just because I'm not running for council doesn't mean I'm going to disappear into the wind. Like, I do have a certain skill set now, and I plan to use that to help advocate for Kispiox members from the grassroots, not from the table. And you know, that's a bit closer to where I come from when it comes to my work, whether that's through the WILP or through the Firekeepers. So I thank you all. I know I keep saying I'm not going to go much longer, so I'll actually just end it here. And we have a whole lifetime to talk about the rest. And for the up-and-coming council, I'll definitely be here to support. And if you ever need me, just call me, drag me out of my house. I just live right beside the bent box. Doersinism. Sabah.
Before I close, I'd just like to say thank you to the young councils, chief and councils. It's a hard work, I know, but I'd also like to wish the ones that are going to be running, I wish you the best of luck. And I'm going to close now. Our dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for a beautiful day again. Lord, I just thank you for the discussions that are happening here. And Lord, I just ask you to protect each and every one of us as we make our way home. Lord, I just ask you to bless each and every one that are out there. Thank you for another beautiful day. Amen.